Test 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Just a note to you this morning that we're going to leave comments open on YouTube. I'll try to turn comments on for anyone on Twitch if possible. I don't know how to do that. Let me just check here. Comments on Twitch this morning. Maybe I can get some help from Bork. Not here. Twitch looks like it's back. Looks like Twitter's still down over here for me. Good morning out there. Let's get right into it here. I'm a little early this morning. Just a note to you. I think that I got one quick note to you guys out there that looks like Twitter might be down. I'm checking right now. Hold on. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Trying to get on here before the opening bell so we can look at the market together. If Twitter is down for you, I think I've heard also that Twitch may be down for some people this morning. So we're going to try to just get this rolling early for you. You've got Twitter friends out there have no home this morning. We'll try to up you out today. So we're going to start the show by just getting ready for the open here. And then we're going to go into we were going to do a private segment this morning. Actually, the first part of our show was going to be private. We're going to discuss if we go risk off, what are the steps of risk off? Kind of like the steps of death and dying and anguish. Not all that bad, believe it or not. Let's check this here. First big thing we want to be watching out for this morning before we do anything is a rip off the bell, okay? So just watch out for a rip off the bell this morning. Hold on here. It's 9:26. If you're trying to be short or anything like that, before you go anywhere here, just watch out for a quick rip higher. Or look for some liquidity to go down just like that. Just a heads up. If you're short or anything like that, there could be a big squeeze off the bell here. We're trading right now 662.09. I'd be looking for a failure at somewhere around 665. Before we do anything else here, at least look off the bell for a trade possibly to 664.77, possibly even higher here. What then we're going to do is we're going to take a peek at a few things here. So we're going to go way back here a little bit. We're going to go to the month. And just a note that we did measure October's candle. It looks like we had a low that was more than 80% of it. We tracked that last night. That opens the door to rotoring down in the prior month's candle. Also noteworthy is that of the quarter. This is the first month of the fourth quarter, second month of the fourth quarter. We have not put in the third month of this quarter. We have opened the door now to sweep the rest of this candle here and enter Q3. Doesn't mean it's guaranteed to happen, but I just want you to realize that it's fairly bearish. We're going to go back and look at two examples today, but it's a fairly bearish overnight price action. We swept it in the middle of the night. So this matters here now. It matters even though we're not there yet. That's 650.18. This is now a downside target. I'll let you know that right now. It definitely is. We also want to pay close attention to, do you see this pre-market price right here? This pre-market price, we are now into what looks like this month right here. Grinding, smacking down in this Q3, but also we could easily take right here, right about here. This is 643.33. This is definitely on tap at this point, just so you know. 643 definitely on tap, without a doubt. That is our target right now. I'll let you know. This is the bottom of our target. 643.33, bottom of target at this point. We're going to go into this in a little bit. 643.33, target. We've got a monthly target at 650.18. That's also a 0, so we would expect that we drill into that at some point. We are becoming risk off right now. I'm going to explain the stages of risk off. Hold on here. There's a big blast to the downside just then. I'm going to tag this right here for you. This is a weekly target right here. And we're going to go to a daily basis. We've got 3 targets here so far. We do have a target of, and I want to give you a fair warning here. We just hit the bell, but I want to give you a fair warning here. We are definitely, the door is definitely open to a fairly large sell-off into month end, and whatever that recovery is at roughly like near month end, we should get a recovery into the first week of December. But it's fair game for us to crash into the end of December at this point. That is not 643. This target, see right here? This target is open into end of month. And what is open even lower at this point into the end of December is roughly 616-ish. And also this weekly gap down here. We could easily trade 600. I would think, though, that this is probably the first target. This would be like a December target, if we can get there. There's some real danger here of not recovering, and that we sell the market down into roughly 618.64. I can wipe all this stuff in here. We'll talk more about that, but in a little bit here. Don't panic or anything just yet. We're going to go up here to a daily basis. There's a target right there. We're already selling. We should like this morning. We should at some point. Today, tomorrow, we should actually collapse into Friday. We should start gapping down and leaving behind. We should start going vertical at some point, straight down into Friday. We're gonna have some panic. I'll hang tight here. Let's get all this out here for you. Should start panicking soon. This up. If put that there. This is the. I want to tell you show you one other thing right here. This would be the place for a return. So I want you to see this, right? This is where the moment where I want you to, this is the moment where I want you to pay attention to this number right here. This number here is 683.65. This is the white line. Okay. And if you remember 2018, or if you go back and look at 2018, what happened was we got shanked. It looked like, I'm going to show you exactly what it looked like here. 2018 looked like this. We went into 2018. We didn't really have I want to say a expiration. Really wasn't a thing back then. But OpEx was, of course. No one was really paying attention to expiration back then. We did contract roles, but see right here, all that. We roughly did this right here. This would be, I think, right here, the 28th. We opened this up, and then we went straight down here into the 26th. Right about there. It's about what happened right about there. This would be the 2026 trade here. So I just want you to be aware that if you think we can't do that, we definitely can. This is all viable. Does it mean we do this? Not necessarily, but I do want you to be aware that we can make a pretty significant leg down here. People can get, they start triggering a bunch of little bear shit and come down here and close all this out. That would be the start. Fascinatingly, when we did something like this in 2018, we also did a bubble, a small bubble, and we would trade probably 720 at that point. Now that 2018, 2019 thing, we actually also came back down over here, and we had a pretty significant crash. We swept with something more like this. When we came back down over here, you kind of connect the dots over here. 720 back down here, close out 560. It was something like that, roughly that. So I want you to be aware of that. I want you to be aware of one other thing too. In terms of risk off, where we are this morning, in terms of risk off, is very similar to right about here. Show exactly where we are. We are roughly, hold on here. If you wanted like a facsimile or something similar to where we are, we would do some kind of it would be something like this right here. Something just like that for the end of the year. And we are roughly, I think, right here. It's a long way down, right? Now, in this case, if you did this 2018 facsimile, we actually came back up and then back down and blasted. There was this violence here was a little bit more, it gave an out for people. And we're going to talk about that today too, this return to the scene of the crime. I want to show you what this looks like here if you have a minute. 24th, this is about where we look, right about here. 24th, 25th, there's 24th, right about here. You can see yesterday, right? The attempt failed in the middle of the day. We went down, And this is what we did. We plunged in the overnight. Or not quite plunged, but this is the overnight here. We tried to get back up during the 25th, and we instantly rejected at like the 10, 12 o'clock flows, and we started partying to the downside. Wham, 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 straight down to the depths of hell. We go into here for the end of the month. Then we went straight down in February. In December of 2018, we squeezed back up and then immediately sold it all again. So not quite exactly the same, but similar, walks, talks, looks, and acts like a duck. We want to talk here about what risk off means here, what expectations are. We'll get rid of all this really quick. Just so you have some kind of a facsimile of what's going on. Probably see right now, I'm not really paying too close of attention to price action off the bell, but we're going to chat about it right now. Right away, we have 4-hour resistance right here. We have a 4-hour resistance slightly above at the hourly trigger. We're going to make this one yellow. And remember, if you're, we talked about this in a private stream last night. I'm going to show you first off, I'm going to show you what risk off looks like, and then I'm going to show you what risk on looks like. Give you an example of it and what the difference is. We don't necessarily have to go down here either. I do want to show you what it looks like, okay? How you know what risk off is, or how you can identify risk off, what it looks like, what does risk on look like, and what does it all mean? And then I'm going to show you how to trade this if we do go deeper to the downside. Now, the first thing I want to talk to you about is, before we get to that is, hold on here, we'll just check this. Nope, this was a 4-hour, wasn't it? Go back here really quick. This is wrong. That's correct. Back to the 1 minute. So yesterday and the day before, I kept reading notes, white papers from different professional traders, and they were making comment. Oh, actually, this started about a week or two ago. It started like 2 weeks ago. We get started with Charles McElligott. Charles McElligott said there are certain retail channels that are outperforming the street. And outperforming the street's best traders. And then that conversation grew into other celebrity quants like Rubner, Pravorsky, a few other cast of characters. They got all kinds of names for retailers. And I wasn't quite sure what they were meaning by that. But they had grown impatient with retailers. What happened was some data came out that said that I think retailers account now for 52%. 52% of all of the zero date activity in the market. So, as you probably know, there are market participants that spend some time in markets and then they leave the market. So you might have like a bank that comes in, places a trade for a quarter or a month, checks back in. It's pretty stacked right here, right? It's not looking too good, is it? Our targets are much lower here. We violated a bunch of lows in the overnight, opening doors to the downside. You see this one right here? This is, you see that low and this low right here? We've now swept all these lows. The way is not higher. Where's the next place we go? Down here, right? Looking to trade 660 next. Bust through 658.15. That's not 68.58.50, is it? and then trying to sweep these lows down here. And this brings into question the hyperbolic astroturfing doesn't really matter anything trade. There's an argument here that we're getting no more rate cuts, and that's coming from these traders. They created a story of, well, first off, the Fed and their speakers created a story of no more rate cuts, right? And then it was picked up on by a trade from funds and badass traders, celebrity quants, and all of that kind of stuff. And they seem to believe that, I'm going to tell you straight up right now, they seem to believe that, and they were pretty argumentative about this yesterday. They are under the impression that they created this bullshit story. And they created this bullshit story for a trade down here. To unlock, tap that one. This unlocks a major correction next year to trade 560. Doesn't mean we have to, but it unlocks the ability to trade that next year. So this is what these people are in right now. They want to unlock this ability to trade 560. Not that we have to. And in their viewpoint, they can control the direction of the market. This is the ego of the street, and not trigger a cascading effect into the end of the year. I'm being serious here. But retailers now control half of the zero-day market. And you have times in the month where, in the quarter, month, where the street is active. They're not active. Family offices, active, not active. Hedge funds, active, not active. Retailers used to be the rag doll of the market. Then you have dealers. The dealers are like 10, 15% of the market. Retailers used to be like 22% of the market, roughly 15 to 22, depending on activity. You had banks at 30, family offices making up 10 or 15, hedge funds 10 or 15. Sometimes everybody's working together. Sometimes retailers are used to the advantage of the street and professionals. But retail channels right now have some of the best communication channels out there. They have some of the best communication channels out there. And I find it ironic that X was down this morning before the open. This is a major communication channel for retailers. Now, if these guys get this wrong, they come down here and they create panic with retailers. The counter argument to these celebrity quants is that retailers could create a crash in the end of the year. That they could run right over the pros, basically, the street. So that's a big question this morning, believe it or not. This is potentially the bottom where we are because of that. The streets, I think the street's afraid, to be honest with you. Maybe they're not, but I think that they might be this morning. So this argument's been going on for a couple days now. It's like it's grown larger and larger and larger and larger. And a lot of what these Fed chairs were saying, some of it was straight lies. Not talking out of both mouths, straight lies. And then some of these traders are positing things that are, some of it's true, some of it's really fucking crazy. Trying to posit there's a fight going on with the Fed, and that could grow larger with maybe White House policy. And the street, of course, has QT ending on the last day of this month, if you didn't know. It's like, give me the crack, I want the QE. With some of that argument going on out there, too. And the bigger question is, do they just want this, or would they have control if we were to go deeper? Seriously. I'm not joking here. I'll show you some of this stuff later. I'll post you some of these notes. Some of these things aren't even public. There's some notes here that are not even for consumption. So I'll see what I can post for you in the Discord this morning. All right. So these are downside targets at this point. I want you to know that we are going to trade unless something drastically changes or some kind of reversal of some kind of news. We are now looking down to trade 650.149, 650.18, 643.33. Now we first have to take out we already took out this low right here. This is the next one right here. And then this one right here has to do with the origination trade from September 17th, right over here. This is the actual start of the trade. Right there. And what you're doing is, what we're trying to do here is wipe out by the pop, or by the, what these guys are trying to say here is we're going to take out the entire rate cut trade. And if we take out the entire rate cut trade, and if rate cuts are in question, the question becomes, we take the whole entire trade back. And in my view, we would automatically set into motion the trade to 560. And that is where I think the Fed put is. It's about 560, somewhere in there, 5,600. Could take us till next year to get there, maybe by summertime or late spring or something like that. But if we can trade down here at some point, what we could do is we could trade maybe 696, 700, and then begin a much larger roll. We could do this into near like December 26th. Come back up and trade 695, 696, 700 by, we'd murder the December and January 7,000 bar, gamma bar, and then come back up there, hit it, and then roll down to trade 5,600 into, I want to say April at least, maybe May this year. Maybe the sell in May go away. Could be a trade for us this year. So let's start right back here in expectations. Here's a 1 hour. We're going to look for 10 a.m. flows to be pretty bearish here. We're almost in the 10 here. We're going to look for more bearish flows. We should start gapping down at some point here. Fairly close to gapping down here. Pop this up right here. Sitting on S1. Here's our target into the end of the week. Roughly this 650, 651. I would not be surprised if we traded 643 by the time we're done. This should be, let me just check the calendar here. We could possibly take that out by Friday. We can potentially take all of this out by Friday. We're going to go to a 1 minute basis here. We're going to talk about risk off behavior and get rid of this for a minute. So make sure we're in the right place here. Look at that sell signal there. Woo. That is vicious. Vicious. Check this here. We already got 668 up here in the overnight. I don't know if we have or not. Hang tight 1 second here, guys. We just sold off the half-hour trigger. Tight 1 second. So I remember that 655 down here. Yep, there's our first target right there. And also note that we're turning at this moment. We are turning. At this moment, we're turning. So make sure I get this right. At this moment, we're turning. 658. 17, I think, somewhere right there. $12. Where's 12? Right in here. Leave that one right there. Down, up. Whoa. I'm losing my here. I'm losing stuff here. Going on here. There's 650 right there. So you can see it. Make sure I got this right here. So we got the low. We got the new low. We go right up in here. Right down there. Don't actually need to go that low, do we? That's plenty right there. Back up to 12. Around there. Get that right here. Hold on. This is 130. Right about there. And just a note to you that if you're watching this show, there's 655. We'll bounce off that. We'll look for maybe, I don't know if we can get down here into the close today, but we'll try for that if we can. About there. We should cascade down here, just so you know. And I'm going to explain to you in a minute here what the problem is. Let's see what that is right here. I do want you to know here that but by the way, the target to the downside is 65561 to start. Leave that up for you here. We're coming into some support right here. Just watch out. We're going to catch a bounce very, very soon here. I do want you to know that we're entering beginning right now of risk off. We'll talk about that in a minute, but we're entering the point where CTAs, vol control gang, and dealers will begin to, in cash markets, accelerate downside moves. So you should be expecting gap downs, like vertical straight down here. Even though we're hitting some support right now, right where we are, see those two red little things right here? This is the beginning of risk-off type behavior. And what you're going to do is you're going to see CTAs, vol control gang, and dealers no longer become supportive and in turn trend us to the downside. Right where we are right now. If you're short, close them right now. You want to close them right where we are. And then what we're going to do is we're going to gap down even more. We're going to trade 6,500 on SPX next. Our next trade is 6,500. What we'll do is we'll start shaking all of this out and heading to the downside into the close today. Right down in here. Close your puts. I'm not lying. No, you're not getting the rest of that red. You're going to have to go up and then back down again. Not worth the trade. Not worth the trade for the next leg down here. And also note that there's 2 put walls. You can see it right here. Where's my chat box? Where the hell's my chat box? I losing the chat box this morning? You guys, a couple things for you. I opened up the chat this morning on YouTube. If you're watching, you just have to hit subscribe and you can chat. Here, I'll do the chats. Did I lose the chat? Test. I opened the chat because I guess Twitter's down for some of the country, some of the world still. There we go. There's the chat right there. Cool. We have some gaps to fill just under this. We want to talk about a few things here. The first thing I want to talk to you about, well, what we're going to get into is what does risk off mean? So I'm going to go over that with you. Some of you have explained this to multiple times over the years, and some people have forgotten. So we're going to review it once on stream today. We're going to do this privately this morning, but with FinTwit being on and off and down and back on again and back off again, we're going to go over it today for people from FinTwit if you need to know what that means. And the second thing we're going to go over this morning is, so we're going to go on what is risk off and how to be orderly in risk off. You want to be orderly. And then I'm going to show you the second part today, which is where is risk off and where is risk on in the market right now. You can switch back and forth. Don't ever feel like you have to be like, I'm risk off until we hit zero. You want to know when we're risk off and when we're risk on. And there's a reason for that. When we're in risk off, you want to sell the rip. And when we're in risk on, you want to switch to buy the dip. Those are the 2 ways to trade this market successfully. To know when we're risk off to sell the rip, and to know when we're risk on to buy the dip. I don't know. I mean, I was thinking about this last night. What I remember, or what I wanted to say this on Twitter last night, which is we are taught as retailers that there are rules to being a retailer. And oftentimes I'll read like Investopedia, and I'm like, that's wrong. This is wrong. That's wrong. But it's accepted by the zeitgeist. And so many of the things that are ways that I trade are either unconventional or they don't match what Investopedia says or what we learn as early traders. Like I'm a retailer, and I had another job somewhere else and started day trading or investing. Just made enough money that I don't need to work anymore. And then I read those kind of things, and there are like rules set out for retailers, and those things kind of make me scratch my head because I don't trade the way we're taught to trade as retailers. So we're going to go over like, what do I consider risk off? What do I consider risk on? How to exit the markets once we go risk off in an orderly fashion, even in a recovery, and how to step back into the market again. And that's, some of you know what that means, right? Returning to the scene of the crime and then waiting for conditions to improve. And we're going to go over those things in detail today. So we're going to go over all this stuff this morning for you, so that you can be aware of where we are, what scene of the crime is, what risk off means to me. And for right now, what we've entered here is, just so you know to start, is we are risk off. That means you do not open any new long positions. None. Some of you can. When we're in buy the dip, what do I tell the sell the rippers? If you're a great trader, you survive off that, fine. The easy trade and buy the dip is buy the fucking dip. It gives you an ability to be wrong. It gives you an edge. It's the easy trade. When we go into sell the rip, the easy trade is selling, not opening longs like long call. I mean, you can open long puts, but like long calls, buying stonk, buying ETFs, that kind of stuff. You are definitely in to the easy trade being sell the rip on retests of what? The 1 and 5 minute trigger, right? We're underneath the 1 and 5, it's down. If we have pullbacks to the half an hour trigger, the HT, the hourly trigger, or the daily trigger, that's a place where you do not believe the buyer. you do not trust the bull, and you sell it. It means we back test it, we reverse back down to the downside. You take the trade to the downside to known inflection points. Matter of fact, we're still going down right now. Target to the downside, by the way, is 655.62. We're going to crash, guys. I want you to know that. There's like a 70% chance of crashing into end of year. I kid you not. Or, some kind of like correction here and then some kind of a real bloodbath into the end of the year. We're trading 67.36 right now. We should be gapping down. It should be a bloodbath into expiration and, believe it or not, OPEX or near OPEX to the downside. We should recover into like 670 for OPEX. We'll pin it in the close of OPEX. And then we should stall into about the 3rd of December and begin rolling to the downside. Even more. We're getting some blood. 643 is my target. 643 and change at this point. We're in 10 a.m. flows right now. We'll see if the flows can send us to the upside, but I do think that they're going to be negative. We've got this one right here. Thought we might get a little bit of a pullback here and then down, but it looks like we're going to go straight down and nail this one right away. What else? So now let's start at the top. We're going to go to the top, and we're going to talk about what is risk on and what is risk off. And then I showed you the downside targets. Let's go back up here to this trigger screen. Here we get a little bit of a pull higher, but I ain't seeing it. It's just blood now, just raining blood. This is very conducive to where we are with being risk off. Maybe we bounce right here and drag this back up. Like come down here. Come up here and stall again, and then we'll start plunging to the downside even more. We can get underneath this right here. And then we'll move that over to the close. We're looking to trade all this stuff today. So into this close today, like we're looking to trade like 651, 650 would be nice. And then we'll come back for this other shit later, but that's about where we're headed. What I want to show you here is, let's go to a different chart here. Just note that your target is 655. No, 655.66. But I think we break through it. I think we smash. This might take us all morning. Like, here we go. Yeah, we're gonna recover this again, and then we'll dump it down in here. So I'll show you where we are right now, so you can see it. This is risk off actually up here. I moved this down so you could read this, but see us hanging dong down here. What we should do is should hold here and then go just like this. This will be the 12 o'clock flows, and then ram it to the downside. Right down in there. We should continue to cascade all the way down there. Somewhere down there. And I wrote consider, this was on Monday, I said consider buying a dip for a retrace up. This should be December. Consider buying a dip in this zone right here. This is 6,400 and 6,500. This will take some time. I'm going to go back to the trigger so you can see it. So right in here. And there should be some sort of a failure in here around 12 p.m. Okay? So you can see that. Now what I want to talk to you about here is we're going to go with, I want you to remember this, up here. I want you to remember this 683.65, okay? And we're going to chat about what risk on and risk off looks like. Thanks for joining me this morning, by the way. I panicked this morning. When I found out that Twitter was down, I was like, oh shit, I got to put the stream up and polish myself up a little bit for the stream. And what we're going to do is we're going to revisit what it means to be risk off. This is SPY. Different chart, but this is SPY. We had our first low right here. When we made our low over here, we did not make it across all three indexes. Some of them, we didn't get a new low on all three indexes. We had an attempt here to recover. And immediately when we failed here, we became risk off. So yesterday on the stream, I said, we're risk off. We actually blasted down, made the new low. And this was the confirmation right here. And immediately, we say market's risk off. That's simple. We talked earlier this week about needing to not fail this. And if you notice closely here, we needed the halfback trade, and they tried to sell this in pre-market. Well, that's intentional. That's not cash markets, price action. This is what you do when you're a fund trying to get price lower. You can see it here. You can see it right here. You can see it right here. It's all in pre-market down, right? Nothing in cash. No real money selling. So we have that 683, I think. Check this again. 683.65. Right there. I'm going to show you what risk on looks like from here. So we are now in risk off. We knew this yesterday. It was confirmed yesterday. Now we can go risk on again. Risk on is up here. So this is buy the dip, sell the rip. And this is for 70% of you. Literally, it's 70% of you. We can mark a real bottom and try to get long and put some risk on if you're a great trader, great investor. You're like, hey, Cap, the weekly trigger's right here, bro. Let's say we trade it all the way down here. We make a marked low, get a new high right here. We don't give back. Oh, wait a minute. We don't give back that low right there. And you're like, hey, Cap, that's risk on down here. That's fine. I disagree with you. This could be risk on maybe for a minute, that daily trigger. But I think you're going to still sell and jump back in. I would. For risk on, for me, I like to see price over HT, over DT, over WT, over MT. This is pretty much, we're not in your stock or your ETF is not in a bear market if it's above the monthly trigger. It's not a bear market. If you have those, if you have all these structures here, you can buy the dip in confidence, and you can also normally make a mistake, and it'll recover, and at least you'll go flat, or you'll make a bunch of money, or like you'll recover from your mistakes. You have a little bit more edge in the market. Something just like this right here, which most traders are looking for. So I'll show you what that looks like. So there's risk on right there. And there's something else going on here too. Why I think that this works for most people today. That is the velocity right now. On a daily basis right now, velocity is maxed the fuck out. It's maxed on a quarterly basis, a monthly basis, and a weekly basis. Now, we're not quite maxed out on a daily basis. This makes me think we can have one more rally in the market, believe it or not, like trade 700. I shit you not. You would have this like down week or two, and then we'd crank up, and they would all match. Typically, a market top would look like that. You would have one last hurrah, you'd come down, one last hurrah on a daily basis, a little bit of weakness here, up, then a little bit of weakness, then up. All three will match. And also the quarterly, I'm not showing it right now, but that would match as well. So there might be one more high left. I don't know if it's an all-time high or not. But we're not starting a bull run on a low. Yeah, we're like in a low here in a quarterly, low here in a monthly, low here in a weekly. So if you're like, hey, Cap, what if we mark a major bottom on a crash or a correction or a major correction? Wouldn't that be risk on? I would say yes if our velos were all zero negative on lows, but they're not right now. We're a little long in the tooth in accumulation. So for most of you, risk on, risk off here is going to matter. What is risk on? What is risk off? I'm going to show it to you right now, okay? We talk about not adding any positions. Sell the rip, right? Sell the rip. Then we're also going to talk about returning to the scene of the crime. I want to show you what this kind of looks like here. First, you have the daily velocity and trigger rolling. Okay, so you're not instituting any longs. If we were to be risk on, I want to show you what that would look like. I got some rules on that. So we're going to go back and look at just this point right here. That point right there, okay, as the example. If we were to go risk on, once we're in risk off, we would want to have seen, we're down here, right? See a recovery right here. You would see something like this right here. This would be your daily trigger. This would be your hourly trigger right here. Kind of a decent representation of it. And I want you to write this down at home, okay? You would mark a bottom. You would beat the prior high, right about there. So you beat it right here. Now your kick-ass traders can trade all this if they wanted, but for most of you, that would not be the case. For most of you, you'd be waiting for the new high, a back test of the cross of the hourly and daily trigger, a second new high, beating the prior high right here. On that back test right here, this would be the beginning of you getting long. You now have price back testing successfully. This would be like this. Wham, 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 wham. You'd start bouncing right here, back test right here, and you're kind of long right about there. And what happens is the market becomes supportive. You've got price, HT, DT, WTs underneath it. Market is supportive of your efforts. Usually you'll get CTAs, sometimes COTs. You'll get vol control funds. You'll get dealers. They might sell into you at different periods during the daytime. They might become less supportive. We grind at that point, right? Or like coming out of negative volatility into positive, or not volatility, negative gamma into positive gamma. So you like start squeezing, and then you'll calm it down and we'll just drive higher and higher and higher and higher. The market is supportive in these environments. This is also called buy the fucking dip. Fairly easy to trade. If you're trying to mark a bottom and get long down here, this is expected in sell the rip, where you mark a bottom, and you notice how if we were actually up here, you would expect that bottom to be if we were up here, you'd expect to mark that bottom, and you would expect to start seeing productive upside moves, right? That's not the case here, is it? What this is showing you is that we're switching from buy the dip to risk off, sell the rip. I'm going to show you what this looks like for you bulls out there in particular, so that it makes more sense to you, and how we have a regime change going on right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch this display upside down so it makes sense to you. We're going to flip this vertically. And I'm going to show you what this looks like, okay? You can start to see, does this make more sense to you now? So you can kind of see here, right? We have the first high right here, right? We sweep back down and we hold this prior support here, right? We start making our way down or up, and if you were a bull, you'd say, oh, Cap, we didn't get the new high, right? We didn't get the new high, Cap. Well, we back tested that hourly trigger, didn't we, successfully? And we made a new high, didn't we? Or in this case, a new low, right? So we got the prior high, the new low. What does this mean? If we're selling the rip, we're going to sell every half-hour trigger and hourly trigger, right? And start shanking until we hit known resistance, right? We should go vertical here and squeeze, right? This looks normal to a bull, doesn't it? In this case, where is that target? We already know, right? It's zeros and fives, right? So we got 60 here. We got 55 down here somewhere. That's 60. There's 55. And we have a trigger here, don't we? Check that out. See that? So you're going to go down here, smash into this, right? Smash into this down here. We want to break like 52.50, don't we? Does that make sense? And let's say that half an hour trigger comes down, right? If we hold this here, right? You can even come all the way down here, can't we? Right? See how we're now building out? We got this like starting to build like you shall not pass here. Start trying to go to the downside, right? You can start counting this stuff too. Like one, right? Well, that's not really one, is it? Remember this low over here? You don't know, market kind of does waves. Not exact. I don't believe in Elliott wave, but usually we get like corrections like this, right? Wham, wham, wham. Up or down, doesn't matter. If we go into trend, it's normally 5 waves, right? So we have a marked bottom, or excuse me, we have a marked bottom right here. Trying to do this in reverse. We have, I think I get that right. Yeah, this is the prior high we have to beat. So you have the impulse wave here, right? That's right here, actually. There's 1, right? 2, 3, 4, 5 down here. See it now? This could be 1, 2, 3, right? We could do this 1, 2, 3, and then come back up again. We already know that the 5th wave over here is for runners, FOMO gang. They get excited down here, right? Or up there. Now this is on the inverse. You see how this, I want you to see how bullish this looks. So you can see this here. I know it's not bullish, it's very bearish. But if you were a bull, how would this look to you? If we were trading this right now, how bullish does this look to you? Fairly bullish, right? You got the high, the new high. Pretty bullish, right? It's looking like it wants to fucking ramp down here, doesn't it? That looks correct to me. If this was dead and we were rolling, what would it look like to you? Like this, right? Right about there, right? That's risk on, right? You'd expect this to come back down, make a new low, right? So notice this right here. That looks pretty bearish, doesn't it? And that would be risk on. So I'll show it to you again here. But now right side up. So I want you to think now, looking at this. When you hear, when we're in risk on and you hear a bear say, well, maybe we'll crash here. Or maybe this is the top. Or, you know, we're going to have a major correction. How many times do you hear a bear say to you, when we're in risk on, how many times do I have to tell a bear, I don't know, you've called it 300 times, man. Can you just give it a rest? And so I want you to think about that when you're looking at this chart here, because bulls will do the same thing. I think that's bottom. I think that's bottom. I think we're going to go up in moon now. And so that's how I view the market. So when we go risk off, we're selling the rip. And if I usually make a meme or something or a joke where I'm like, until morale improves. But in reality, I know where risk on is. It's up here. And, you know, like having to switch from that telling a bear or a doomer, now I got to talk to a bull and say, hey, man, you're going to be calling bottoms all day long. Don't do that. Just stop. We'll mark bottoms, but when we start to go back to risk on, that's where the easy trade is. And the same thing goes for bears. When we actually go into risk off, they'll be right again. One word of advice here is, if your local bear has been wrong 100 times, they're probably going to be a horrible trader on risk off. You want to find your bear out there that knows and can identify that we're in a buy and dip environment and knows when to switch to a risk off environment. Those bears are great bears. They close their puts. Those bears know when we go risk off. Those bears know. There's a book out there, I forget who wrote it, but there's a book out there that said, I hate calling tops and selling tops. They're correct. I forget the guy who wrote the book. I'll find out who wrote it, but he's like a famous bear. He was like, why bother? He was like, when you go into risk off, it's too easy to sell weakness, not strength. This is weakness. This is too easy. Now, if you're a bear or you're a doomer or this is your showtime, just like I tell the bulls, I try to warn bulls. So when we're in buy the dip, I try to warn FOMO bulls. Say, stop fucking chasing. You want to look for weakness. So the inverse of that for you bears would be patient. Whenever we pull back to the half-hour trigger, the hourly trigger, the daily trigger, in this case, you're looking for a failure. So this is where it's going to get kind of crazy for bulls too. If we're looking for more down, right? Let's say we're looking for more down here, and we're in risk off. Let's say we pull back all the way to the daily trigger here and we break through it. A lot of bulls are going to say, well, correction's over. Let's get long here. When we're in sell the rip, you're actually looking for this to happen and fail. These are liquidation breaks, right? In the inverse. So you look for that to fail and then get that second new low. That would be a second new high, right? Holding the daily trigger in the inverse. And then you could put some, and you get the hourly trigger now coming up like this, right? Then you're like, hey, I got the new low, I got the hourly trigger, and if you got a bunch of momentum negative in this case, we're going to blast back down over here. So if you're a bear, you want to be getting short or long puts on the opposite side of fair. And you'll probably hear what? A bull sounding like a doomer. Correction's over. Bottom's in. So you got to kind of now tune those people out until we go back to risk on. That's going to be a difficult transition for bulls, especially retailers, especially newer traders. And there will be bears and doomers out there that might look like a rock star in risk off, and they'll look terrible and not be able to see an actual bottom. They won't know when to close. They'll stay short when we're ripping back to the daily trigger. They'll say, don't worry, we're going to keep going down. So you kind of like that transition is difficult for traders, retailers in general, especially when they've been, Pavlovian dogging it for so long. So just be careful who you're following. Be careful of the bear that's constantly fucking wrong. Careful of the doomer that's constantly wrong. They're going to look like a rock star. Those are the FOMO gang people, the bears. And we have lots of those in bulls, too. They provide tons of supply for upside along with the doomers. Both of those gangs you got to watch out for. Here's a great bear. Volwiz. Knows we're going up. Bear by nature. Can identify it. That guy knows how to be a bear. I never hear that guy goes, we're going to crash. Guy's like, fuck, God damn it, we're in buy the dip. So you should be following those kinds of bears. They know when to hit their targets, take the money and run. Right? Slammo, take the money and run. I don't care about the extra. I'm going to come back in again over here to get the next low. Not, I'm just short until my puts go to zero. Stay away from me. This shit's funny, but you know what I mean? You don't have to be chasing FOMO. You just wait for anytime we come back. Like the half-hour trigger for bears is one of the best triggers to use. If we reject that and create a new low, it's gangster. Let me just show you this real quick here. You can see it right here, right? Come up here, right? Wham, wham over here. Back test right there. Slammo down. Pound town, baby. Now, there's a few other things we got to talk about here. Return to the scene of the crime. Risk off. We already talked about sold the rip. We're going to talk about return to the scene of the crime. And what happens when we go back to risk on. This is going to be the hard part for a lot of bulls. Or let's say you're caught in this. Let's say you're a bull and you've been duration long. So I've been adding, right? I'm adding shares of SPY all along the way. And you didn't get out. You didn't step off the bus. The appropriate thing for you to do is to find out where the scene of the crime is. Right in this area right here. Right here. That's the scene of the crime right there. This is risk on. We have a tendency to return here at some point. It can be within a week or two. It can be a month, month and a half. It could be 3 months. But we always return to the scene of the crime. Now, here's where people get this wrong. Let's say we return to the scene of the crime here. Let's say this is bottom right now. Watch this closely. Let's say you're caught in going risk off. This is why we don't have black swans. By the way, black swans are not real. There's never been one in history. I can prove it to you. I can literally, if you ever don't believe me in this, DM me and I'll bet you $100 cash that I can show you there's not a single one in history. So let's say we come down here, and this is bottom for the moment. And we return to the scene of the crime, right? We break up here. We get the new high. This is the prior high here. Right? We back test right here. All of a sudden, the hourly trigger starts racing higher over here. And you're like, oh, here we go, baby. It's all awesome sauce, right? And you get your second high up here. And it fails. Fails to get your second high. Remember, high, second high, and a successful back test. Let's say we're right here. And we don't know if we're going to get our new high or not. It does not matter. If you were on the duration train from the beginning of that bull run, however long it was, you exit. This is your chance to get out. So you're out. Here is the roll. Here is you out. You do not, at that point, hindsight trade. You don't give a fuck if we break to a new high. You don't give a fuck if we roll to the downside. You don't give a fuck. You can always re-enter when conditions improve. So you're out here, and you see this happen up here. You don't go to your friends and say, oh, I should have fucking stayed long. That's called hindsight trading. There's no edge in it. If we backtest this hourly trigger, let's say you're completely flat from the beginning of duration. You've been adding. And I added 100 shares over the length of that bull run. You can begin to dabble here. I'm going to buy 10 shares again. We're back in risk on again. I don't give a fuck about the 100 shares that would have made all that money. I was afforded an exit in an orderly fashion. You might have missed a little bit of money, but you've been adding since the beginning of risk on. You did not fall victim to being scared on adding in pullbacks, corrections, and major corrections. Why? Because the hourly trigger did not turn down through the daily trigger. Because the daily trigger didn't turn down with price. Because we were in negative numbers on higher frame accumulation, you know, like monthly velocity and daily velocity and weekly velocity and quarterly velocity was all in lows. Market is supportive. All the conditions were right. You should never be caught. Ever be caught in a black swan. Ever be caught in risk off. You should be able to identify. So think about this. When we begin to go into risk off, you are not adding to your positions long any longer. You are now selling the rip, making money. The longs that you own in the market, you have the ability to exit. So you're making money on sell the rip. You're not panicking. And then you're still getting out. Even if your best friend tells you that's bottom and we're going to go to the moon, bro. This is your money. You have all the time in the world to begin adding in safety. If this here is an actual safety, you know how long they last, right? A long time. And every time we backtest or correct or major correct, you're going to have bears telling you, don't do it, bro. You might crash. You do not listen to those people. You add in fear while you're in a supportive environment on any and all pullbacks. That's buy the dip. If you do this correctly and do not let emotions overtake you, and you're out and we begin to roll back down, what am I going to tell you? We're risk off again. Are you out of the market? Did you exit? Yes. Okay, we're going to start selling the rip again. Are you ready to start selling the rip? Yes. And we'll start taking this down, right? New low. Bunch of money. Burr. Burr. I can't tell you how many people have panic sold and watched price go back to the scene of the crime on every single crash. Every single major correction, every single like bear market. They give you an exit. What happens is people up here get FOMO-itis. Oh my God, it's going to recover. That kind of stuff. You just exit, you step right off, and you wait for conditions to improve. It's that simple. So are we risk on right now? No. We're in risk off. And you're going to change, you're going to inverse everything here, aren't you? I just told you about the big back test, right? 2 new highs. Now 2 new lows, isn't it? You got your low. You got your new low. And now we're just doing what? Back tests, baby. Back tests. We're going to look for 2 legs down or 5 legs down, aren't we? We know the last leg in a 5 wave move down. The 5th wave is the most dangerous. So if we got our marked low here, right? Bam. This is our 1, right? This is 1, 2, 3. And this 4, 5 is what? Most dangerous. You start pulling off your shorts or your long puts, and you let the FOMOers deal with this. Or you leave a little extra on, or you renegotiate. Hey, I made a bunch of money. I'm going to buy some 0-date puts that cost me 10 cents or something. I just had puts go from 10 cents to $3. I'm going to take that money and I'm going to re-buy and negotiate for that last leg cheaper. Pocket some cash. If we reverse instead and the FOMO sellers get caught in this, what do you care? You got 3 places for what? For a back test. You make a new low off that back test, start getting short again. We'll start the process all over again. Well, that's the thesis. You should never get caught in it. Let's take a look at this really quick. We have the low, right? We're transitioning to sell the rip. You got the new low. That looks great, doesn't it? So we're going to look at this like what? It's our first leg right here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Maybe an extension. And then what are we going to look for here? A corrective move in the opposite direction, right? Whether we extend or not. I'd be out right now if it was me, but some of you guys get vicious. I would look for what? 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, and then start a new sequence to the downside, right? This is your corrective move here. This is your 5th wave, 1, 2, 3, and then start looking for what? New lows, right? Reversal signs over here too, right? Here's the 5-minute trigger. Let's watch it. We got triggers here. We got triggers here and here. We can do a sharp correction or a flat correction. Sharp correction would look something like this. Break of this. Over here. Flat correction, sideways. How can we tell if it's a flat correction or if it's a sharp correction? Well, we're going to mark, in this case, this is a low, but it would be a high, wouldn't it? So here's your high if you're a bull. Mark that right there. But we're not marking this to go up. We're marking it to go down. Right? So what do I want to see here? If this is something we want to get through, this is yellow now, we'll mark this as the bottom, right? Or in this case, the top. There's your marked top right there. We're going to make this green. We don't want to see any kind of price action up here like this, do we? Fuck no. Means we're going back to the what? The HT or the half HT, right? What do we want to see? Oh, we're in this what? This is the finger trap? We don't want to get involved in that, do we? We have a marked bottom. Sell the rip. Marked top. What are we looking for here? If you're a bull, what are we looking for? You're looking for some kind of action like this. Make a new high, back test it, get fucking long right here, right? Have the 1 and 5 minute underneath you, right? Looks pretty good, doesn't it? Bam, bam, up there. So we'd be looking for the same thing over here, wouldn't we? We'd be looking for just the inverse of it. Right? Maybe we're down there, and then we're down here, right? Looking for a nice little bear plane in here, right? Maybe it comes up a little bit, and then it swoops back down. You might be looking for price here, like what? We're grinding. Oh, fake you out a little bit. Nope. That looks good. We got the low. It's a nice start. And then we start to back test over here, right? You get the actual low right here. You get trend and momentum on your side. You got a bear cross. You got the marked low here. You got you got a little bit of a fake out there, but then you get the real one over here. And you're already on joining the spot over here, right? Sell, 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 wham. 2, 3 to the downside. It's a horrible drawing, by the way. We got some downside targets here, right? Some fucking downside targets right in here. We don't care if we go up here, do we? We actually don't care if we go here or even up there, do we? We also have momentum coming down. Do you see it? Half-hour trigger's making its way down here. This is going to want to send us lower. We got new flows coming in at 12 p.m. We got 10 a.m. flows. We got 12 p.m. flows, right? We have momentum, negative momentum coming down. What else do we want to be looking for? We want to be looking for Momo on 30s in one day, right? Just for bears now. Just the opposite of this. If we get a little long in the tooth over here, that would be what? A low and then a higher low. Could be looking at a squeeze at some point, right? Want to watch out for squeezes. They should be sold, but want to watch out for them, don't we? This is looking a little long in the tooth right now, isn't it, for downside? Go back and look at this together. We'll get rid of this here. It's going to mark it like this. That's your peak right there. Make that white. Make it easy for you guys. We're going to leave this one right here, more importantly. What are we looking for here to go down? We've got more targets here. We got a weekly target here, monthly target here. We're looking lower. We're not looking up. We're looking lower. We are underneath the 1 minute trigger right now, right? See that, right? We want to break through. Watch this. See this tick right here? We want to set up some poots. This nice reversal candle right here told no, fuck you. But we don't want to do anything until we see a new low, do we? You want to see a new low, don't take that trade, and then you buy the back test to the downside, right? So this is the basis of your trade right here. You want to stay underneath the 1 minute trigger. You want to see this back test. Watch this closely here. Let's try to count candles here. See this right here? This is not bearish yet. You need to get first the new low and then the rejection off the 1 minute trigger. New low, rejection off the 1 minute trigger. Otherwise, no trade to the downside. Watch this closely here. Did you get the new low? No, no trade. Low, higher low, higher low. No trade to the downside yet. And remember, we're in FOMOville. I want you to know that. So we're going to correct here. Looks like a sideways correction. If we can fail, we'll start making legs down again. Don't get cut up in here short. Don't get cut up in here. Bulls do this. They get cut up in here all the time. You're going to use flows either up or down. Yeah? Either up or down to your benefit. There's something else going on here too, isn't there? Look at that closely. We got the bat wings, right? So we're always looking for those failures, right? Or even if we squeeze up here, if we can fail this down here. Do you see that now? See that half-an-hour trigger coming down? This is Momo, your friend. See it now? It's right there. You see it? Half-hour trigger, 1 and 5 minute trigger. I'll show you the three, basically the three trades here. We got the bat wings, right? We go up here, begin to falter. That's good, right? Make the new low right here. Come up here, bam, downside, like 85% trade. So are you trying to chase this right now to the downside? No. They hold all this. Before you know it, they're squeezing up here. We're up here to the half-an-hour trigger, right? You get the failure on the new high. We make the new low right here. It's all conducive. You let the buyer stall in here. You're all of a sudden you're short. Wham! 85% trade right there. Target's already available. Nice juicy trade. Just on the inverse. Watch this closely together. How y'all doing out there? Good morning. Are you guys all freaking out with FinTwit being closed? I woke up this morning and I was like, oh shit. I walked inside the Discord and it was busy. There's like fucking few hundred people in there just like, you know, like shuffling papers, typing at their desks, drinking coffee, water cooler talk. I thought it was great. I was like, what the fuck's going on? I didn't know Twitter was down. I was like, oh, I figured it out. FinTwit's down. Everybody's freaking out. Thought that was great. Good morning to all of you out there. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, I opened up the chat today. So if you want to chat, I open it up because FinTwit was down. You can get to know your neighbor and whatever. Say hello. Welcome to all of you. Remember what I'm saying about that risk off. It's a process. Risk off, oftentimes when you hear it or see it, you're taught, oh my God, sell everything in panic. You don't do that. There's none of that. Don't ever do that. Go back and watch this show today because you want to always know the difference between risk on and risk off, and you want to know the steps in risk on, risk off. And you always want to be able to shift between both. There's a few rules here I want to talk to you about. People call tops all the time. I mean, how many fucking top callers are there? They got top callers that'll like call tops, make a new name for themselves on fucking social media until they get it right. And they'll get it wrong like 100 times. Finally call it right on a drop name, and then they're famous. You know what I mean? You don't need to subscribe to, oh, that guy called it right that time. He's a god now. For most of you out there to be successful, you need to confirm a top. That's a process. It really, truly is. You need to be able to identify when you're in buy the dip. You need to be able to identify when you move into what? Risk off and sell the rip. And you need to be able to shift between going risk off, what to do, and if we move back into buy the dip, to be able to shift into that. You don't need to have like a thesis. We're going to zero. Hey, I just said we're going to 5,600, right? If we reversed and went back to risk on, I give a flying fuck. You'll lose all your money if you don't. Nobody gives a fuck about your internet points. Nobody gives a fuck about your cred. You know who does care? Your boyfriend, your girlfriend, the buddy you do yayo with. You get to buy more yayo. You get to buy a new sports car. And the internet friends are great, but you get to hang out with those fucking people. You get laid. You get laid on FinTwit. You like going to somebody's comment or post and say, hey, bro, your shit's awesome. And he comes over there and just starts sucking you off. No. So have a thesis, have a plan, have some rules, and chase the money. All that shit in social media, news, all the rules they teach you are wrong. Fuck the internet. You're here to make money. And you definitely don't want to sell, right? Panic sell. All of a sudden it goes back up and you're like, what the fuck did I just do? Or you don't panic sell. You go back up and you get heated with FOMO and then they sell back into you again. You exit in an orderly fashion, wait for conditions to improve, even if you go back in and buy the dip. Hey, all of a sudden we did it. Sweet. I'm going to start putting some risk on again. You don't care what Bobby's doing over there. Or Mikey or Billy. Care about what you're doing. Make sense? That's what you care about, is what you're doing. Not what anybody else is doing. Remember, this is 6:55, and we are in some accumulation here. I want you to see it down below. There's something else going on here, too. We are now triggering some real money selling and the rolling of puts lower. What happens once those puts are rolled lower? Dealers no longer have to chase. We get into deep negative gamma. What else happens? We can, all else equal, rip, right? Squeeze. Even though we're selling the rip, you don't want to get caught in that, do you? So just note that where we are, we're parked right now. People in the background doing stuff right now. Trading 657.34 currently. We're at 6,600 right now. I want you to know that this is the first major put wall. First major put wall. This should be an intraday bottom. If we trigger real money selling or real money panic buying of puts here, you have their next put wall is at 65.50, and then your next real wall is 6,500 to the downside. There's your first low right here. Now you're just looking for a successful back test of the 1 minute trigger, and it should get kind of bloody. You're going to expect here to trade 6550 on SPX, and it should be a quick bump, and then we'll go and start ripping down to 6,500. A few notes here for gamma on the day. I'll give you the gamma for 1 and 2 day and volume for 1 and 2 day right now. One day net gamma on SPX currently sits at 6,600. We also have gamma at 65.75 and on the low end 65.50. But remember, we have dealers chasing. So 2-date volume currently in SPX loading the fucking boat on 6,500. Loading the fucking boat on 65.50 right now. Dealers turning into chasers. You should see some real violence here shortly. If you want these numbers for SPY, I'll give them to you right now. So the gamma 1 date for today on SPY and just a warning to you, I think I said this earlier, you can see it right here. Vol control funds, CTAs, and dealers become sellers. They amplify downside moves. Gamma pins on the day on SPY 660, but the prominent one is 655. We are heading to it right now. 655 on SPY is a magnet. Dealers will not want to print under this unless we begin to buy a fuck ton more puts down there. That's the process we're in right now. We are starting to see some 650s come out and even 645s. That can drag the market lower. We should see some panic here. Volume on 2-date puts right now on SPY are focused on 660. We're starting to build out 655 and 650 not quite prominent yet. But we do see some 650s coming in to anchor us down here to some extent. We have the low, we have the new low, and now we're just waiting to shut the deal to go to the downside here. Just looking for a successful backtest of the 1-minute trigger. If you see the buyers stall up here, we should start shanking to the downside. Fairly bearish here on this one. Just waiting for the failure here. How y'all doing, Discord? Mind you, we went over this last night in a private stream, didn't we? For about 40 of you last night. I don't know who else watched the video later, but a lot of this is a rehash. We went over this for our community. If you ever want, you can always join us on tradethetrigger.com. We got a great little community. We got a Discord. We got a bunch of cool shit. We got gamma tools, all kinds of cool shit. We're developing a bunch of stupid tools that are like baller. Oh, and we also use like we have some bots from like Trade Ticks, Unusual Whales in the Discord. We've got mentors. We've got people that trade everything: currencies, trade, crypto, trade. We trade Globex futures, you name it. Stock trading. We trade SPY. We trade memes. You name it, we trade it. And if you're ever looking, I like FinTwit and I like Stock Twits and Wall Street Bets, but what I like about the Discord is that I can get to really know someone and trade with someone else that I trust. So if you ever want a community or something like that, please give us a shot. Check us out. We do a live stream here, free every day. It's how we started. Did this shit for free for like 5 or 6 years. Cost me a shit ton of money. And if you ever want a place to hang out or voice in the background, I'm here for you. I'll read you the news. I'll tell you what's going on. I'll tell you my thoughts in the market. If you need a voice, if you're lonely, that's why I started this. I was lonely. Mr. Yen got sick. Benzinga Charlie, I think, slowed down what he was doing. And I was like, I need to have a voice in the background. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. Maybe I'll be the fucking voice. Well, my friend said that, so we tried it, and it seemed to help people. Remember, you need to see the rejection off the 1 minute trigger. That's not happening. Now there's another line right here you need to pay attention to. This one right here. That doesn't mean this trade is dead, but we want to see this come back down again. Just like that. Do not trade lower right now. Couple things here. I want you to see something here, guys. Remember this. You got the low, marked low, right? You want to see the new low and the rejection to institute the trade first. Not happening right now. They will squeeze you out. And you want to watch this mark here. Watch this one right here in particular. This one and this one right here. This trade could still be alive, but you got to wait for it. I'll just get this out of here so you can see it. We got one more tick we got to go here. Still one more tick here, like a penny. Watch this closely here. Just want to see the roll here if we can get short here. Nope, not yet. Don't get short yet. Want to see the roll down here without going any higher than that. Watch out, they're going to try to squeeze you now. You're going to get squeezed here, I promise you. I'm going to take all your money. FOMO gang down there. Y'all doing well? Right on, Kev. What up, Kev Duger? Starting to sharpen my knives. What up, David AMS? How you doing, brother? What's going on, Olacheka? I want you to know that I have a full series of videos on the website. They're free. Go through them all, please. Go through them all. It describes everything you need to know. All the rules are there. Very easy. Very, very simple things. If you're a trader out there and you just wing it, or you have a feeling, or you read some kind of diarrhea zeitgeist on any platform, I don't give a fuck if it's Bloomberg, I don't give a fuck if it's BBG, FinTwit. Stop. Have a set of rules for trading. Even if they're just basic. Think of it like a toolbox. You need a hammer. You don't need a nail gun. You just need a hammer, screwdriver, flatheads, Phillips head. You need a saw of some kind. There's some basic rules that you never violate. And you adjust them. You can paper trade them until you start, winning more than losing. And you do with cash. It's life-changing. It'll change your world, I promise. I literally promise it'll change your world. I'm going to read a few things to you here, get you guys caught up on the news. I was just thinking about Benzinga Charlie just then. I used to love having that guy in the background. I'm serious. Like, I used to hate trading alone. Like, trading for me was very lonely. I don't know about you out there, but I spent a lot of lonely time trading. And then not only that, I couldn't tell anybody about my trading, especially when I took big L's or even the big W's. I didn't tell anybody. Who am I going to tell my neighbor? I lost your salary this week, bro. Can't do that. Cloudflare got taken to the woodshed this morning. Looked like Fintwick got pretty pissy about it. We've got our event places down all over the place. We've got websites down all over the country this morning at some point. I should just write this in here, right? First put wall. Theoretical bottom for right now. For right now. I should write that, at least write that out. This is where I said it earlier, this is where FOMO gang is. And they're going to roll their puts lower, and then they're going to get counter traded by dealers. There's going to be like, oh, you buy puts? All right, fuck you for right now. Then we can go lower again. They'll make you buy again. All of a sudden, I said to you yesterday, what's bullshit and what's not. And I've had two Fed speakers come out now and reverse course on the state of the economy and the unemployment situation. I find that comical. We're right on target for the day, by the way. We're right on fucking target this morning. Thank you, Riding the Nar, by the way. Riding the Nar's tracking the entire thing right now. I just closed here. What's going on in this chart right now? What do you guys see? I just closed short here. I see a bull plane forming. You guys see that? We might be able to get one more leg down here, but you see that up there? Maybe up here, and then we shake it down again. Whereas the half-hour triggers up here. See the equal legs right here? Bat wings. Watch out for some kind of a rip up here. I'm looking higher now to sell. That's right. I'd like to see I'd like to see us trade like 661.43, somewhere up in here. Where's 661.43? Right there. Right there. Just so you can see that. You're gonna get squeezed more than likely, like right about here. Here, I'll just draw that shit in for you. $663.65. I'll just draw it in here for you. This is gonna be your first target right here. $663.77. Give you the tick right there. PT1, make this easy. I'll draw it out for you, boys. We want to be looking for reversals to the downside off of these two PTs right here. There's a freebie for you. To the tick, too. Oh, God, they're going to squeeze me out right now. Oh, God, I hate my life. Oh, God, I got to close my poots and reposition. Oh, no. We have a bull plane forming on the 5 and 1 minute trigger to the upside right now. I'm going to squeeze these nuts, bears. Remember, we got flows coming in at 12, too.
I'm long right now, and I'm looking at the calls, and they're going up, but you can tell we're in risk off. They're not mooning right now. I'm making money, but nothing huge. You can see there's no bid on call side. It's all fucking puts. Bunch of fucking degenerates. Coming in a first of 3 targets. Coming to S1 right now. We have S1, PT1, PT2. Oh, yeah. Fucking probe them. No lube. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Oh, Diddy. Make him the czar of U.S. cooking oil. Give Diddy the pardon. Have him take over the development of all cooking oil in the United States. Almost right now at PT1. I want you to know that what we'll do is we'll usually slap that shit, come back down, test this, then make a new one up here. Slap that ass, baby. Yeah, right there. Hey, there you go. Yeah. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Crack that can, baby. They're not liking it dry up there. Ooh. Ooh. You see how we violated that earlier? And I told you you're going to get squeezed. See that? They say you can't time shit. They're lying. That's another Investopedia bullshit thing, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's Investopedia right there. Retail bullshit.
Retail bullshit books by Investopedia. You cannot predict. Yeah, oh, I know. There you go, Investopedia. Horse shit. Yeah, there you go. I don't know why I'm on them today. I had some other fucking asshole. I was reading his white paper and he was like, you can't predict markets. I'm like, this fucking guy's lying to people. Throw that in the trash. Like, how the fuck do these guys get away saying that shit? PT1 target hit. Watch out for a back test. If we get a successful back test here, we're going to ramp up and trade 663.77. It might take us a little while to get there as new flows come into the market at 12 p.m. Thank you for joining me today, by the way. Welcome to the Stank Market Show. Hope you're all doing well out there. I had some posts for Twitter this morning. If you don't see any posts from me, I apologize. I ended up posting that what I wanted to say in the Discord this morning. I'm going to read some news to you as we come into the 12 o'clock hour. We're going to do some news. I'm going to fill your ears with some love and change my voice again. Let me just reset this and make sure we got it. We got actual Twitter back now. Just a note here that this could be the bottom. I don't think that it is, but I want to let you know that could be bottom. It's possible. Listen closely. We're still not out of risk, and we're still in risk off. The Bears still have a chance to send us down to 43. So don't call this a bottom yet. It's not. But the Bears have a chance here to send us lower. We're still in risk off right now. But the reason I'm saying that too is because the fear in the market at this moment is really bad. It is really fucking bad. You probably are triggering right now, like charters are triggering hedging flows. You probably have retail hair on fire right now. So just a warning that fear levels are through the roof right now for end of the year. You have de-risking going on. We have a little bit of a shift, not shockingly, of course, where the Fed's saying they're open to cuts. We priced in. Did you guys notice that they gave you all the economy is good data in one neat little package and told you you're never getting a cut again? Did you know that QT ends on December or November, whatever it is, the last day of November? December 1st, QT ends, basically. The street wants their crack bottle. They want QE turned back on right in December, believe it or not. Do you notice how you get bullshit stories surrounding the economy is great, you're not getting your cuts? You notice how the CME is telling you that cuts are not off the table? They're like, fuck you, they're off the table. You guys are running a trade. There's nothing to do with the actual rates, cuts or no cuts. You got washed this week with a bunch of, or last week with a bunch of literal bullshit. Normally I hear Fed speakers and they talk out of both sides of their mouths with truths, but they say give you both sides. Last week I heard a fucking Fed speaker or two say that we never hit our 2% inflation target. That is utter horseshit. This week, I heard some of the celebrity quants out there full on lying, likely in a trade that has nothing to do with reality. So you got to watch out for those guys too. Right now, they're bullshitting. I'm telling you to your face right now. So we dove into that yesterday on the stream. I kept all their shit so that we can come back here I told everyone in the stream yesterday, we're going to look at this again in about a week or two and see if their tunes have changed. I bet they have. This morning, we're seeing Fed speakers change their tunes from what they said last week. So just note on this inflection point, we're hearing some more garbage. This is why you don't consume that shit without researching what's fact and what's fake. So we could roll into a wave of data that says the economy is terrible, and you'll see the market attempt to price in a cut, even if we don't get it. Hopes of a cut into the month of December, and we try to save this and not crash it and ruin bulls' Christmases. I know a lot of you want to do that. I know a lot of you do want to ruin bulls' Christmases. There's a lot of pro traders out there, celebrity traders, that think that they can save the market if we trade 643. And then there's some counter data saying they might not be able to save it. Maybe they can't go down there. Maybe retailers will fuck those guys yet again, and we will crash Christmas. It actually wouldn't be those guys. It'd probably be retailers that would do it. I would blame retailers at that point. You guys are badasses. You guys are like, retailers are like crushing day trading right now. You guys are swinging the markets. Your sentiment and your zero-date buying, you just crested it like a week ago, or the data finally came out and said you were killing it. I think it was 2 weeks ago it came out. I think the first person to mention it was Charlie McElligott. I think it was the first person that said something. Everybody else jumped in the train this week, but we mentioned it here in the show. I want to say not last Thursday, but the Thursday before we commented on that statement that he made. He said retail channels. Now you've got like everybody chiming in on it. You got like the Pavoritskis and the Rubners. I like all those guys, by the way. They're all great fucking traders. What else do we have going on out there? We've got, let me see what else we can find here for you. I'll turn the news on, the news squawker. We've got the pro real-time version of it, I guess. Is it even running right now? Let's check. See if we can turn this puppy on. Make it bark. All right, it's on right now, so we'll see if this thing comes on. As far as economic calendar, for the rest of today, for economic calendar, I didn't get to the one from this morning. Think tight here. Oh, did you guys notice that we got a bunch of data this morning, like at like dark 30? Anybody out there notice that? I posted that on Twitter early this morning. Just popped up on the feed. That unemployment data, what is September data? Not unemployment, jobs data. Benign, priced in, market aware of it. The bad data is October. You're never getting that data. Don't listen to anyone out there telling you're going to get like fucking like data from the past. That shit ain't happening. Any of those guys spinning that shit to you is lying to you. Never happening. And it's going to be bad. And what's worse is the December data. No, did I get that wrong? Yeah. The November data should be pretty bad too, because there's a knock-on effect from not just the government jobs being lost, but the private payrolls that are impacted from the spending that are not government employees. That data will be bad too. That's your November data. It could also leak into December. Now, these guys also were bullshitting about how GDP goes down for the closure. If you know anything about data, you know that a small squiggle in a larger trend does not make a fucking trend. So if a closure for 40 days or so, that does not impact GDP like these fucking, I don't want to call it, I'm not going to say any names. I'm not going to swear at them. But the guys that push the narrative that GDP is destroyed for a 40-day shutdown, you're wrong. I'll explain it simply to you. If you have a trend that's over like 10 years, you get a trend within that 10 years that is 1 year, right? And then within that, you get, a trend that's smaller. Maybe it's monthly or weekly or 40 days. Within these smaller squiggle timelines, Bears love, and bulls too, they love to like say, oh my God, we're crashing, when in fact we're just in trend. Oh my God, the data's awesome, when in fact we're just in trend. You know, when you're in trend, you need time to break it. Normally it's like 3 months to make a new trend. Usually you start making a trend. 6 months later, you get a little bit of a shift. And then you have to then compare that over bigger years, right? But of course, data is manipulated, and none of us want to take 5 minutes to look at the data. We just accept 140 characters as being fact, right? We go, oh man, that's correct. That's it. And then we spin that shit some more, or regurgitate it, or we play telephone with it. Before you know it, the world's ending. Make sense? A lot of that going on right now, too. Parked on top of PT1. Whew. Interesting. Today's Tuesday, November 18th. Remember, too, I want to let you know something. We talked about this being a volatile week. Whoa. All right, relaunch that right now. We're getting kicked. A lot of websites are down today. I want you to know that. Still down. I do want you to know something. Do you feel the excitement right now? All right, hold on here. We're just turn this off. Do you feel the excitement right now? Like everybody's busy. Some people are panicking. I want to talk to you about this real quick. Tomorrow is Vixpiration, right? So what do? They either murder the VIX into Vixpiration, or they spike the VIX into Vixpiration, right? And then they go the inverse for a day, right? If we murder it, they'll spike it again, right? If we crank it, they'll kill it. Do you understand? We also have a lot of busy, right? You feel it? Excitement. You got sell side, oh my God, I'm making a bunch of money. You got buyers, oh my God, my shit's on fire. And then we come into OpEx. So we have Vixpiration on Wednesday. We got OpEx on Friday. Busy, busy, busy everywhere, right? And you're going to think that this will continue, but it won't. You're going to go into Thanksgiving next week. And you might be the only guy running around with your hair on fire. The only guy was saying we're going to go to zero. And you're going to find that participants are going to leave the market. They got their trades done. They went long. They closed short. They go on vacation. And you're the only person. You know, the party's going on. 100 people in the room. It's like 1 a.m. 2:30 rolls around, the 75. 3 a.m. there's 50. 4 a.m. there's 10. And you're like, where the fuck did everybody go? I want you to think about that too. You know, so OI goes down even if we make those new lows or new highs or whatever. I want you to think about that as we enter next week. Put that on your plate. You might be the only person screaming, you know, party on, bro. Now, on that same note, some of our biggest moves are made while everybody leaves. I'll be here with you next week. I'll be here with you trading Thanksgiving. I have to go and meet some family and some associates in Boston. I'm heading to Boston in the beginning of December. So I'll be here for Thanksgiving. So I'll be trading with you when the market is open. I'll be hanging out with you at 5 a.m. in the market. Not not literally, but figuratively, right? So I will be here with you for Thanksgiving. But I want you to be aware that you could see people, hey, I'm going on vacation, bro. to see people slowing down with their trading activity, and you might be trying to do something that they're not. And that doesn't mean we can't make a ton of money, because a lot of money is usually made while no one's there. If anyone's never told you this, they'll say, I love volume because it's the bottom and the market goes up. Some of your best gains are made when no one's in the market, when there's less trading activity from the street, from funds, family offices. There's nobody to ragdoll a dealer. So in low volume, you make some of your best gains, which is contra to what you're told, right? So if you've got nothing going on, if you've got no family, no friends, nobody likes you, if you're the Coke monster, you stop getting invited to parties, I'll be here with you. We'll hang out, and I'll be trading with you through that week next week. So if you feel alone, come find me. Come hang out in the Discord. Hang out and shoot the shit. We'll trade together. We might be able to make some serious money. A lot of the best traders out there, retailers, know this. They intentionally don't do holidays. They stick around. They trade the last bitter end shit, end of month kind of stuff. They'll do it during the holidays too. They can make their year. I have friends that make their year on Thanksgiving, on Christmas, on New Year's, on Hanukkah, Festivus for the rest of us, Kwanzaa. So if you have nobody out there, I'll be here with you this year for Thanksgiving, okay? Just watch out, because, the market will wrap this shit up and move on, and it'll only be us hanging out. For data today, it's 11:45 in the afternoon. We have nothing going on from this point forward into the end of the day. No negative volatility expected. We do have a bunch of crap coming out at 5 p.m. on Wednesday. We got the 30-year mortgage rate at 8 a.m. We get the balance of trade at 9:30. Imports, exports at 9:30. The big boy is FOMC minutes on Vixpiration. If you're looking for an inflection point, 3 p.m. Wednesday. On Thursday, we get NFP, baby. Unemployment rate, supposedly. That's on Thursday the 20th. What do we talk about when we talk about NFP and unemployment numbers? What do we talk about? Risk off. Personally, my thesis on NFP shit, everyone says trade the reaction, right? Hour and a half after. That's the new flows, right? 10 a.m., 12 p.m., fade the reaction. Or you fade the original move. I'll tell you this. If we're in a major low into NFP, I long that shit. If we're in a major high, I sell it. So just beware of that too. A lot of traders step off, though, regardless. They don't care. There are easier setups to trade than that setup. So just think about that too. Wednesday, you've got Vixpiration. You've got the minutes at 2. On Thursday, before or at market open, 9:30 a.m., not 8:30, right at the fucking bell, you're getting NFP and unemployment rate. You get existing home sales at 11. You get a bunch of auctions. And then Friday, we get a bunch of fucking Fed diarrhea in the morning. We get Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday as well. That's the 21st. Coming into 12 p.m., we want to be watching this closely here. We want to see if we roll. You do not take a short here. Don't do it. You want to mark a bottom and see if we can roll down underneath the 1-minute trigger and catch a roll. It would look kind of like this. You would see the 5 minute come over here. You would see the 1 minute roll over, and then you want to get short. If you don't see that, don't get short here. You got no business. None. You're not getting short here. You're just waiting. If you think we're going to roll here, you can set the trade up, but do not execute it yet. I'll let you know if we roll. If you're a bull and you think we're going up, your next target is 66377. There's your PT2. Yeah, you got to watch the flow here. I'll give you, if you're watching this show for the first time, I want to let you know something. We used to have these things called high frequency trading firms. And then like AI became more available. And then retailers started writing and actually hiring people that trade professionally to build them their own bots to trade the market. That's what's going on right now. And what happens is we get rules. They write these simple, like little simple apps, and they run virtual servers, and they use a set of rules. And if they hit this rule and that rule, they start chasing. So what we end up seeing now at 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. every day is inside of one of these candles, a giant amount of shares trade. I mean, massive. So on like a 10-second chart, there's someone trading inside of that minute candle that you see, or that 5-minute candle that you see. And so you want to be very careful at that 10 a.m. and 12 a.m. or 12 p.m. time, that time period. You just kind of lay off a little bit, and you want to make sure that you're chasing those flows. Sometimes they'll be successful in the direction they're trying to take the market, and sometimes they fail, and they'll switch. So you try to go hands off a little bit and let the market take you where it's going and follow the market in that direction. So you just ease off a little bit at 12, okay? Then you can chase from there if you want, or sell the failure, trade the reaction, but be very careful here. Up or down. There's plenty of time to chase. It normally lasts so we'll decide a direction at 12, and then it'll go until about 1:30 in the afternoon. You get plenty of time to chase. Hour and a half to chase direction, it's fairly easy. Just kind of like lay off the market here. The market's becoming slightly more predictable because of it. Oh, wait a minute. I got something for you guys. Hang tight. I got Charles McGilligot's new white papers out. Sweet. Huh? I got it right here. Hold on. I got it right here. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Oh. I'm going to read this to you now. Current waves of weakness in equities are just P&L protection. reflecting depositioning out of prior excess, according to Nomura cross-asset strategist Charlie McElligott, who notes that price action and flows show consistent unwind, liquidation, degrossing, netting down of previous popular trades. Let me get this inside the Discord really quick. According to Nomura cross-asset strategist, celebrity quant, vol-whiz, strategist Charlie McElligott, who notes that the price action and flows show consistent unwind, liquidation, degrossing, netting down of previously popular trades, but critically, listen closely, no wholesale shift into macro regime inputs at this time. So what he's telling you right now is that the trade to 700 is still alive. I agree with that statement. I didn't say this to you earlier this morning, but I do want to say something to you. Whatever this downside move is, as long as it doesn't get too crazy, if you look at the gamma at 7,000, not a ton of it is for expiry this month. Most of it is in December and January. If you look back in 2018, we did crash, but then we ramped. I mean, like vertical into January, February. So if you theoretically have a bunch of 7,000 gamma and it's tied into December, January, you could murder it all and then come back for it just later than you expected, or at the last minute, or the last day of the year, or maybe they printed in January. I want you to think about that as we move forward. So you remember the return to the scene of the crime, I said? Or you get shanked real bad. Cap, you said it was going to return to the scene of the crime, and it does. So we have to consider that as we move forward in the end of the year. So we're in risk off. I didn't say to you the top is in, did I? I said to you stop executing longs, right? And I said look to sell the rip. We have yet to return to the scene of the crime. And the top might not be in, I'll be honest with you right now. I think 7,000 is still very viable. They just got to murder the fuck out of that chain. They got to bludgeon every single person that dared long 7,000 the last few days of October. They did that in 2018 too. Do you remember when you and I stepped off the market? You know, end of October, destroyed the world, took our money and walked and said we're going to come back in early November and look for a dip. We bought the dip, didn't we? And then what do? We stepped off on Wednesday. Do you remember? Close your longs. They're going to shank us. There's a bull trap here, right? Well, actually, that's not how it started. I said, we're supposed to roll on Tuesday. I said, there's a bear trap here. That was Veterans Day, remember? We ramped it and made a shit ton of money. And then we came into Wednesday close, and I said, close your fucking longs. They got a trap for us now. Then they shanked us down again, right? Remember, we had all these FOMOers, not even in October, just loading the fucking boat on 7,000 Cs. And they got annihilated. But they're still there. There's still believers out there for 7,000. I have call spreads on still. for the end of the year for 7,000. They're call spreads. I don't give a fuck about this price action. I haven't closed those fucking things. Still have them. Watch this closely here. Park's coming in at 12 o'clock. Charlie saying, we have not yet ruled out top of the market. Your holiday trade. Redemptions from equities leveraged ETFs continue into the stock pullback, i.e., retail not buying the dip and instead monetizing, which is a shift in muscle memory. Miguel God knows what's up. He's the first fucking guy that said retail channels are becoming smarter. They're beating the fucking doors off of the street. That's true. Overall, you might have an incidental thing where I'm not Cap. I'm telling you right now, our community is crushing it this year. They're going risk off when they need to. They know where to buy the dip. Literally. They've done very well. If you count their whole year, they're very green. They've done very well. If you haven't, you're not following rules. You're listening to the garbage on social media or Bloomberg or Wall Street Bets or Stonk Twits. If you follow the rules, you've had an excellent year. It's been impeccable. We even went risk off here in February. Do you remember? I remember. We chased that shit all the way down. We got long at the bottom. We chased it all the way up. Admittedly, the Nomura MD warns that this monetization of year-to-date P&L can get a little bit bumpy on the exit, especially in crowded retail themes, given the risk it creates, negative wealth effect impulse. We also told you what else this year. We told you what? What did I slam the desk on as we came into the fall? What did I say to you? I said collapse down into quality, preferably indexes. And then I pounded the desk about it again and again and again and again. You'd rather get trapped in an index. You guys exited all your stanks. Even our membership grew in that period. And for weeks, I couldn't figure out why people were calling for a crash. It's like, why the fuck is every bear and doomer coming into my goddamn stream? And then it clicked. They were bag holders. They were bag holders in stocks. They were bag holders in memes. They were bag holders in spec growth. Then they were bag holders in crypto. Then they were bag holders in big TMT. So they thought we should crash. I found that hilarious. We all collapsed down here into what? Indexes. End of the year. If we crash, I'd rather crash in SPY. No CEO. SPY's never gone bankrupt. I could hold SPY through any crash. It's coming back. We're at the end of a year or the possible end of a bull run. If you had to get trapped in some, what the fuck would it be? Fucking SPY. S&P 500. We partied for how long in this bull run? We caught the turn in 22. We ran this whole fucking thing up. I got a video the morning of the turn, October 12th, 2022. This is the bottom. Still on YouTube to this, I think, to this day. You can go look at it. Watch the fucking video if you want. February 12th, videos on YouTube. Hedge. We're going to crash. Don't do anything here. No trade here. No trade up, no trade down. They're grinding you here. Admittedly, the Nomura MD warns that this monetization, I gotta watch this for you guys. Of year-to-date, P&L can get a little bumpy on the exit, especially in crowded retail themes, given the risk it creates a negative wealth effect impulse. But that's just the cost of excess leverage. Feels good on the way in. Then working against people on the way out, as most traders work to protect solid enough years of performance. So you'll hear people that have duration. You know what they'll often say? My last trade hurts. When I exit, I'm usually getting a banged up on the way out. Miguel Agat is making a point that it doesn't fucking matter. If you're a duration trader, you ignore the doomers. Oh, really? It's going to crash? Oh, look at me. I'm getting long. Oh, you like that, fuckface? Then you stay long duration. And then all of a sudden, you're hanging out on FinTwit and someone says, oh, look, you got torched. Ha ha. Fuck that guy. You made all kinds of money on the way up. And as you exit, the last trade might hurt. That's okay. That's okay. You beat the doors off them for duration. You don't need to be like exiting like your last trade's green. You killed it. You didn't succumb to the fear. How many times in this bull run have we sat on bloody days and you've seen guys like Winky, David, me, Binky? You can list them. John L., Condor LVL, you name it. All the badasses. Everybody's hair's on fire and we're orderly. What are you buying? I don't know. What are you buying? What are we buying? Oh my God, aren't you guys afraid of it crashing? Low in the 5-minute trigger. What are we looking for here? Do you guys know what this is supposed to look like? You guys know, right? We want to see this buyer here be weak. Watch that green candle. You don't want to see that green candle go all the way to right here. You don't want to see that. So you've got the sellers right here selling down, right? And you want to see who's weaker first before you execute a trade. Let's say your thesis here is down. Not up, just down. Are you taking a short here? No. You want to see the weak buyer first. You now have a marked low right there. See it right here? Now, what are you looking for here? Strengthen sellers, right? So you want to see a big fat fucking red candle break through here, right? And start to grind out these buyers, right? When you see this cross, You eventually that new low, this is where you get capitulation. So you'll wait here to execute that trade, but you first need to see all the bull's hopes and dreams crushed. Their stops get triggered. And then you hammer them to the downside and you squeeze them out to the downside like we just squeezed out the bears. We're not quite there yet. You don't execute the trade yet. We don't have the cross of the 1 in 5 minute trigger either. You can get eaten alive in here as a seller. Do you know that? Probably do. Just watch this price action here. If you were looking for a new target down below, I would start thinking about that. So we've got, what do we got? Hey, we got an upside down, don't we? If this fails, where would we go? Well, we got that low right there, don't we? We got, hey, what's going on over there? That one over there, don't we? Check it out. Bears getting all hot and sweaty now, aren't you? You bunch of dirty bastards. You just like to see the world burn, don't you? Don't take the trade yet. We're not there. You want to get trapped in here. We just pinged the first one here. That's bullish. We got to watch this one and this one here. This is kind of your end-all sale up here. Right there. You want to keep price under that red and start making some new lows on that green box. We got plenty of time to go down there, don't we? Oh, yeah, look at that fucking thing. Woo! Are we expecting this to fail? Yes. Remember, we want to see the cross first. Don't fuck around with this. Sometimes you'll get like a little like, oh yeah, I get short, bro, and then they ramp your ass. You want to see you want to close the deal here. You don't need the whole trade. You just need the middle part of the trade. You need to set it up. And if we start blasting down, rejecting over here, you just get ready to get in there. No trade yet. They'll squeeze you out if you do. It's too early. In other words, no more as McGilligot is saying, chill, baby, relax. This is pretty rational risk management exercise and not attributable to some new spooky development in the macro story. Fed not dovish enough. I like that he's bringing this up, by the way, because that's some fucking horse shit. That shit that I read and the shit that I listened to this week, repo, year-end funding accident, credit canaries, dollar unwind trade, all the shit that you consume and then parrot. I'm with Charlie on this. It started in September. You could see the distribution September 17th. We had a big push up called an upward thrust. And from there, all the FOMO jumped in. And then you could see the profit taking from that point to today. When you do those profit taking operations, guess what they look like? They look like this. You have resistance. They have an upward thrust like this. You come back down like so. You hold that line, make a new high, and then we start this like process. It's like a fan. And then eventually we roll down. But it's a process. Meanwhile, we're sucking off thesis is, I'm going to tell you the truth. The consumer is in good shape. I know you don't believe that, but they are. Data-wise, they are. The top 10% is pulling away from the middle, but the middle's doing okay. I was talking to my wife last night because she had read a bunch of diarrhea on Reddit. Now, I'm going to tell you something. Well, that's a nicely like that. It's good, right? See that? Oh, a little bit of blood. I was talking to my wife last night, and I felt horrible saying this to her. I'm going to relate to you what I said to her. Please don't get mad at me. The facts are a lot different than what you think. So the top 10% is pulling away in wealth, and everyone can see it. I used to have laborers that worked for me pre-COVID. And I mean like a laborer, like the guy that can't hold a job. He's unemployable. He can't even get a job as a janitor. That guy used to make from me cash anywhere from 10, if he was really good, $20 an hour. But roughly, let's call it 15 an hour. Alongside that guy, there were people back then, the bottom like 15% of workers, they're making about $10 an hour, $15 an hour. So that guy, the bottom rung, right, went into COVID. And he said, I can't do this. So what did the companies do? They paid him 20. And they enticed him, right? This guy can't collect. This guy's like, oh my God, I was making 10, 15 bucks. Now I'm making 20. So you're talking about a guy that was making $10 to $15. He starts making $20. And then inflation ramped. So we had wages move up with inflation. If you remember when inflation peaked, well, bottom of the barrel worker could ask for $30 an hour. You might not have, but you could have switched jobs and gotten a bottom of the barrel job for like $30 an hour. And so you've got a worker that is in 2018, making 10, 15 bucks an hour. A worker that then comes into super high inflation making 30 an hour. That's not even the middle. That's just the bottom of the barrel. So that guy in his head, rightfully so, comes out of COVID, comes out of high inflation. He gets told publicly, inflation's coming down. He doesn't care that it's a rate of inflation that's coming down, does he? He's like, hey, man, I was making 10 bucks an hour. Pre-COVID, I make $30 now. Why the fuck is my quality of life not going up, man? This looks good, doesn't it, for the downside now, doesn't it? You guys hammering the put button? It's almost closed. You see that right there? You see that white line crossing that red line right there? Oh, yeah. Whew. It's almost the perfect setup, isn't it? See that patience you have? See the weak-ass buyers? So that guy gets pissed. He's like, man, fucking 5 years ago, I remember making, maybe it was 8, but he doesn't remember that. Making $30 a fucking hour. And I just got 2 more raises, and I'm at 34. I can't afford shit. He's pissed. And that's how I tried to simplify it for my wife to understand. Not only that, but the, 16 to 90 percentile, the middle class, they're doing better too. They're making like 40, 50, 60, 75, $80 an hour, $90 an hour. and they're barely making it. They're still living in the same quality of life as they had pre-COVID. Well, it's actually better, but you won't want to hear that. But then they look at the top 10% and they go, fuck those guys. And not only that, if I'm making more money in the middle class, why is my quality of life not double better? So they're angry. And they're loud about it. And they're everywhere. And their anecdotal evidence is what's put on blast. But in truth, the consumer is pretty well off right now. And if you really want to get angry at somebody, who do you get angry at? You get angry at the companies that are charging you the fees, services, the goods. And why are they charging you that money? Because they fucking know you have it. They fucking know. They're smart. That guy over there only makes $10, $15 an hour. We can only charge X amount. Hey, guess what? That bottom of the barrel labor is now making 30. Let's charge him more. And they did that, didn't they? Inflation spiked. They did that. Well, now what's going on? Inflation rate is leveled, believe it or not. And your standard of living is not double, is it? The only way to solve that is what? You fucking refuse. Fuck you, I ain't buying Netflix anymore. Fuck off. It's the only way that it stops. Or you become unemployed en masse. Well, guess what? None of them are working right now. I guess we got to drop that shit. So you're either unemployed, you're in the shits, your wages start diving, or you tell them to fuck right off. Now, even when you tell them to fuck right off, they're going to try to lie to you a bunch. McDonald's. Good example. We gave you a new value meal. It was actually worse than before. They'll try every book or every trick in the book to not actually lower the price. Only throw 3 Doritos in there now instead of 5. But boss, it used to be 10. I don't give a fuck. I don't even care if they notice. They're still going to buy them. We'll do it until we can't do it anymore. And that does happen. And those companies will go bankrupt. And not only that, it introduces competition. That's what capitalism is all about. We're fine, we're Dorito. All of a sudden, there's 3 chips in there, and we got a new Dorito company. If you don't know that and you're not old, I'm old. I've seen venerated companies believe the same thing, and they go bankrupt. I saw Kmart go bankrupt and Walmart rise. I watched HQ and Home Depot come around. HQ blew up. On fire, gone. Sears and Roebuck Company. Maybe they accumulated so much debt that they can't lower prices. That's how we wash companies out. Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh, God, yeah. Come on down. Price is right. That's how we get competition. Why the fuck am I going to pay McDonald's for a shit burger when I can go to Culver's? I know you might not like Culver's, but for the same fucking price, nowhere near the same service, nowhere near the same experience, nowhere near the same cleanliness, nowhere near the same care, nowhere near the same quality. So we introduced new competition. But when they fluff you up and tell you that everybody's unemployed and they fluff you up and tell everybody isn't making it, that's not true. So the consumer data is good right now. The economy is good right now. And this is circling back to what Charlie's saying. That they're spinning a bunch of bullshit at you that is not fucking true. And you're consuming it. And that most of this price action right now is what? Taking the fucking money and running. This has nothing to do with a big fight with the president and with Jerome, Hawk Jerome. It's nothing to do with any of that. Economy's not in the shitter. Everyone's not unemployed. Not yet, at least. And not to a point. We don't have the data that the market trades against yet to say that. Now, I do disagree a little bit here with Charlie. I do think we can trigger blood. I do think that there's risk down at 643. I think there's risk down there. I think if you panic retail enough and they have enough swing in the market, it could get nasty. Sentiment is a real weird thing. It's one of the, like, outside of, like, I like real hard data. I like some soft data. I don't like how the data is used in the market. What really matters to me, though, is sentiment and the power of retail today and their sentiment. So if there's anything that I do care about, it's sentiment. That's kind of soft data, right? I think that retail and even the public can create recessions. Not just the fear of it, but they can actually create one. They can slow business down. We saw that, a little bit of that. There were business managers, middle managers, and business owners, and even workers had real uncertainty when we came into the spring, right? They can make the market move down, so don't think that they can't. They can also, if you look back, I don't know if you know this, but if you look back on financial corporations, one of their worst quarters was Q1, I think. Q1 of 2025. One of their worst quarters. Fees went down to the shitter because of sentiment. So we got to watch that moving forward. Price and sentiment, even if the hard data is not true. So I disagree a little bit with Miguel Agat's saying here. Not a ton, but some. He does say this. I want to say this to you, too. This is important. Miguel Agat says, I'd still say that the net 2026 outlook remains tilted bullish with respect to, one, positive trends with corporate EPS and rev growths. I agree with that. We have not gotten paid for these good earnings, and not only that, there's supposed to be a bottom coming in. Do you remember that we downgraded earnings expectations for Q3, Q4 of 2025? They're expected to bottom and raise those guides and expectations. Did you know that? For like Q2, Q3, Q4 of 2026. I don't know if you know that, but that's the expectation. And revs and the beats this quarter were outstanding. Not only that, we normally go into a recession or price a recession in only when those expectations roll. Here comes the blood. There goes the close. Do you see it? See the close? That's the bear plane. We're shanking them now. Going down now, trading 659.09. This could take a little while to get down here. If you're in the Discord, I believe, I haven't looked, but I'm betting David AMS is explaining this setup to you already. If you are, David, thank you. He says he's net bullish. He said, now you got to parse what Miguel Agat's saying here. I'm net bullish. What does that mean, Charlie? We have a big gold correction in the spring. We try to fight our way back up to an all-time high. We come back down, and then we clean up the year flat. Because that reminds me of 1996, 1997. Positive trends with corporate EPS, rev growth, profitability of hyperscalers, and perception that they'll be able to pace with the infra build-out and energy bottleneck challenges. Still viewing AI as early stages. An unprecedented demand for data center space and GPUs. 2, perception of U.S. economic Goldilocks in the 1 year forward as inflation continues to normalize lower. No way. trading down now to the first pit stop at 658.77. But against number 3, supportive fiscal dynamics in the U.S. through 2026 midterms. That's key. Midterms are at the end of next year, but we got like this idea of Moran coming in. Moran's like, I want to fucking go to zero with rates. Did you know that? Did you read his white paper? He wants the fucking neutral rate at 0. He's talked about like 2 this, 2.5. I read the white paper. He's like 0. I want 0. He's like super fucking dove. That's supportive of markets. You could posit if we had a low and seasonal lows next year, they're going to be bought. They're going to get bought. And we'll probably have some massaging of the market. We're going to print whether you like it or not. 4, looser, easier Fed monopoly, including imminent resumption of Fed balance sheet expansion on reserve management and market function. Close your ears, bears. You don't want to hear this. I'll bet without swapping into duration. So not QE yet. But it ain't QT, is it? It's like indirect QE. We're not going to give it to you. We're going to give it to a bank and let them spend it. Let them party. We'll have the hedge funds. We're going to do a Fed bank to a prime bank, and then we're going to hit it off with one of my boys. He used to work for me at GS. We're going to give him cheap-ass money. Let him piss it away in the stank market. Finally, McGilligot reminds readers that the everything singularity is finally going mainstream as the AI trade equals U.S. equities narrative, which then sits at the epicenter of the entire U.S. I-shaped economy. Perhaps more accurate than the stocks being the largest part of the U.S. household financial assets. Hence, the health of the AI trade, in fact, becomes the financial conditions tiebreaker of the broad economic wealth effect impact or impulse behind consumption and sentiment. For now, McGilligot says the equities mini corrections themselves in spot index, each time led lower by MagX stuff, have been pretty easily snuffed out by standard dip buyers in spot equities, vol sellers, as vol smashers, baby. As almost everybody he speaks with outside of perpetually cynical traders are true believers in the long-term AI paradigm shift for the economy and corporates. The Nomura strategist notes that very real money people are telling him they are hoping for more mega cap tack MagX AI pullback to keep reloading into this theme, which they believe is still just in the early stages, third inning. Do you know who the real money people are in the market today? It pisses off the middle class. Who is it? Who owns 83% of the stock market? The top 10%. There's one other thing that McGilligot did not say, which I'm going to tell you. There are a lot of people out there that say, I want to see the AI bubble pop. You know, we don't live in a fucking dictatorship. Do we? You might not like the current regime, but do we live in a representative democracy? We don't have the ability in this country. We don't live in a communist state, do we? That uses capitalism to their advantage with a dictator. We don't have one voice saying we're going to develop AI no matter what it costs us, do we? We have a partnership between public and private in this country. We have a representative democracy. You have people saying they want to see the bubble burst. I think the bubble should burst. When? Not until what? The West. What? Has hegemony in it. You want to see the bubble burst before then? You want to see China Beat us in the AI and robotics and machine learning and quantum space because you want to see a bubble burst? The people with money and power will support this trade. The real money people. They'll buy it all so it doesn't burst, whether you like it or not. If we can't do it with a dictatorship, we're going to do it quietly in the background. We might lose. We might not be the best representative of Western hegemony. We fail a lot. But do you want Eastern hegemony or do you want Western hegemony? Who do you want to make sure the waterways are open, the air is open? You want China doing that for you? I want to know. It's not a political question. I mean, I know we kind of suck sometimes as the policemen of the world. We do some bad, stupid shit. If you want that, there's like, you know, you can get on a fucking flight and go there. You can go be a coal miner. Pack your ass right out in the middle of the woods. Out in the hills, put you in a mine. So when you hear people say, I want the AI bubble to pop, when? That's like saying, I want to fucking fail at, you know, the nuclear arms race starts. You know, no one wants the nuclear arms race, but what do you want? Do you want to like lose that arms race? You can't. You don't want to. You don't even want a nuclear arms race. But if you're going to do it, or they're going to do it, you don't want to lose it, do you? It stops nuclear war, doesn't it? Even if it's a standstill. Watch, we're sitting right here. And right over here. You got this little cup right here. You see it? They're going to try to sell this right down here and slam us down for a new low over here. You want to watch this right over here. I mean, I don't want to see an AI race. I don't want to see like a war break out. But do you want to give up hegemony? The answer is no. And even if the answer wasn't no, they're not going to give it up willingly, are they? When Britain gave up hegemony, what was it? It was like pulling teeth, wasn't it? It wasn't all at once. And even then, who took over the hegemony? Who took it over? The West. Or nations aligned with the West, right? So I guess you got to put your bet in with one side or the other. But to expect them to just say, no, we're not going to do this, the wrong bet. They ain't going to do it just yet. They might. They'll crash it. I just don't know that it's when you think they're going to crash or they're going to crash it. Watch this closely here. You want to watch right in particular this tick right here. We broke it right here. You see it? I wasn't paying attention, but do you see this line right here? Right there. Let's see if we can get this to turn back around here. This is PT1. The drop is right here. Actually, it's higher. This is the old rolling point. Watch out here. We are building a base. Let me show you this here. Just watch this here. You see that here? They're trying to build a base here. We got to watch out for a ramp into the close here. Remember, we have expiration tomorrow. This might not be valid here. We'll know at this tick right here. If they break above this, we'll come back down and then super ramp up here. Oh, you're not seeing that. Sorry about that. Talking without showing you. Apologize. I'm watching something completely different. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. Well, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. I'm like, oh, we're on a different screen. Not quite there yet. You got to get the tick. Watch this closely. You need to get that tick right there. Also note that we're getting close to a new 4-hour new 4-hour bar here in a few moments. 12:41 next hour. The upside target would be 6672.64. On SPY, it would be 66456. PT2 has now gone up. Right here. If we pin strike this here, there's a fair chance we go right up here. We just struck it just now. Get out of the way. They're going to ramp it on you. Also, know we have gaps to close above. These might actually be 4 hours now. Trading back to the HT. Half-hour trigger up here. See if we can go up here and like swipe this stuff and roll. Coming back, here's the hourly trigger. Here's the half-an-hour trigger. This would also create a new high for one more ramp up here. Be careful of a big squeeze here. We might have a new price. We have a price target here of 664.70. Watch out for a bigger squeeze. This will trigger a new high up here from a prior high. At 9:30 a.m., this could lead to some kind of a thing like this and then a thing like that right there. Be aware of that. We'll check for a roll if that takes place. It's a big-ass hour candle right there. That's a 15-minute candle. Just check this hour, 4-hour here. A warning to you. Just a quick warning to you if you're a bear. We just took out the 4-hour candle from pre-market. We took out 80% of the 4-hour candle before that. And I think we took 40% of the candle from 80% of the candle from 4 a.m. So all this up here is like middle of the night selling. Like all this stuff is like fake resistance, kinda. Also noteworthy, we're now trading into the lows from yesterday's close, where buyers were. Noteworthy as well, we did not give back the trade from October 10th just now. Those same buyers look like they've stepped in. That's the same crowd from September 17. Give me just a couple seconds here. I got to go potty really quick. It's 1 p.m. Just a couple notes here. I have been here sitting in the chair since like 8:30 this morning. I have not gotten up. I have to stand up. I have to go potty and empty my diaper. I also have a shit bag hooked up to my belly button. Just kidding, but I got to go potty. As soon as I get back, I'm going to give you an outlook for tomorrow so that you can prepare for VIXpiration. We could be squeezing for a leg down on VIXy. So we'll talk about that some more. And VIXpiration, if you don't know what that means, we'll talk more about that. Into the end of the close today. Just be careful of, like, if you look closely, I want to show you guys something here. If I can. I want to have you breathe here for just a minute. This is like old school charting here, okay? Still do some old school charting. I try to follow and find out where everyone is. I follow the LA Wave guys. I follow the Gamma Bros. I follow LA Wave, Gamma, traditional chartists, ICT, Triggers, Velocity, you name it. Whatever you're doing, I'll follow you. And I try to overlay all that stuff, so I keep track of where everybody is. I want you to see this right here. So the first thing you want to pay attention to is we have bat wings again, right? Equal legs. You know, there's the idea here of expiration. Notice how the market's trying to suck itself back up in here. Remember the high here and the high here too, right? So you could also see some kind of funky here where we're ramping and then sell this down tomorrow. Just be aware that the market's being sucked back up. Also note here that this is a put wall. Even if they're buying puts for more down, dealers will attempt to murder those puts. You can roll down here. You want to be paying close attention. Are we just like parked into the close? We have a new 4-hour candle that's starting too. So you're going to get another candle in here. You know, we smash this, roll around a little bit, and if we can hold this, there could be some super ramping into the bell. Just note this, okay? As we move forward. Doesn't mean we can't roll over here. I want you to also think about this guy right here. You know, if we're over here fucking around, all of a sudden we're like ramping up into the bell. I think that's 668. I'm not guaranteed we go in there, but just think about 668 into the bell. Like pain trade. Let's go look at this really quick. Do you see 668 here? See it right there? See it now? So you like fuck around up here, putt around the new 4-hour candle, and all of a sudden you just see something like this. Now there's a little bit of this going on over here too. Let's look at this really closely here. I'm going to show you where the trap is. Not trap, but the squeeze. The pain into the close here. So see how this is 1600 right here? There's 1600 right here. I squinch this down a little bit. See what I'm saying here? They like smash this shit right here, and then all of a sudden it's whoop. And there's your 4-hour candle. 668.03. Just be careful of it, okay? My point to you here is that we're at resistance on the half-an-hour trigger. The hourly trigger is right here. There's a giant gap that needs closed above. You're going to assume that this fails, but you want to see it fail. So you're looking for rejections of all this stuff with a break of the 1 and 5 minute trigger, okay? You watch out for a squeeze. Give yourself a solid in here and watch out. Lay off a little bit. And I'll be right back with you guys. Also, note that I'm going to turn on the news squawker for you guys here. All right, I'm going to pop back on here for a minute. I'm having a good question here. I just had a really good question here. We're going to chat about this. I was trying to take a break here, but I'm going to interject because of the importance of the question. First thing we're going to do is this. So the market operates on hours, right? The stock market operates on market to market, not mark to market. Market to market meaning that prices offered up. New York cash markets, right? Then we get New York after hours. Then we get Asian markets. Then we get London markets. Then we get U.S. pre-market or New York pre-market, right? You have different markets, right? Also, the market works on hour by the hour. It also works on 4 hours, works on days, works on weeks, midweeks. No, we have to have a little talk about this. We're in negative gamma, right? We're in sell the rip, right? So your first expectation is for rips to sell, right? But I want you to look at this closely here. I want you to look at this closely. This is a great example. Look at this closely. What does this look like to you? This looks like a back test of the half an hour trigger. And it failed, right? And then we come back down here, we make a new low, right? See a prior low, new low, sell it down, right? This is where the money trade is. Does that make sense to you? I'll show this to you in the inverse right now. This is a hard thing to master. So we have a posit that we're in negative gamma, right? We come into, we don't pretend we don't know any of this over here. Ah, shit. Hold on. I bring to the front. There we go. So we don't know anything there, do we? We know there's a half an hour trigger here, right? We have the marked bottom, right? So we're kind of looking for a failure here, right? And then a rejection to take a short, right? You see it? When we hit this inflection point, do we make a new low? Just say no. Do we backtest here for the failure of buyers? No. And this is where you would actually execute the put, isn't it? Right about there, right? Does that make sense? So let's look at this again with something we haven't seen yet. So we're now breaking above the half an hour trigger, right? Let's ask ourselves some easy questions. Easy questions, right? So that one failed, right? We're going to do another one right here. We're now sitting on support that's a half an hour trigger, right? Now sitting on support, half an hour trigger. This happens to give you a cheat sheet. But you can see it right here. Cheat sheet right there. Right? So our first posit is we're in sell the rip. We're in risk off. We're going to expect inflection points to fail. But they might not, right? Now, let me show you. It's a good way to look at it here. So if you're a bull, you're going to expect this to hold, right? Daily trigger, hourly trigger up, right? You're going to expect that hourly trigger to hold, holds, but it fails here. Goes all the way down to the daily. Do you think that buyers get caught in that? The answer is no. They don't get caught in that. They know when to buy the dip on back tests. Say it again. They know when to buy the dip on back tests. So our community has rules. We have rules on buying back tests and buy the dip. We don't just buy whatever. I know that's the zeitgeist out there. I know Twitter likes to say that shit. Oh, they got smoked in here. No, they didn't. I want you to know something. The shit that you're taught out there on FinTwit is bullshit. And the zeitgeist or the commentary is bullshit, even bigger. When you see that there and you go, oh my God, look at the Bulls got taken out. They blasted down. That's not what happens around here. I want to talk to you about that if you don't know this in our community, how we trade these things. So, like, oh my God, the Bulls got trashed in here. Look at that. They got shanked. That's not how it happens. I talked to you earlier about rules, right? So we expect certain things to happen, right? But then we're looking to prove something. So just let me show you something here really quick. I don't even need this. So let's say we're going up instead of down. Or let's say we'll start with the bull, then we'll go with the bear. So we come down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is we are inferring, we're making an educated guess that this is a bottom. So we mark the bottom, don't we? I think that's the bottom. Do we buy that bottom? Our community knows the answer to this. No. You know, we're always like, why are we guessing? I'd rather have momentum on my side. Now, this bottom could be an hourly trigger. This bottom could be a daily trigger. I don't know. Could be anything. Could be a prior low. Could be a gap on an intraday basis. I don't know what it is, but bounce, right? So we'll do this again like this. This is blood. Right? We have a 1 minute trigger that's overpriced right here. We have the 5 minute trigger coming down like a so. And I see price bounce. Wing, 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 wing. And it breaks that prior high right here, right? Lower low, higher high. Price just broke it. Do I buy that? Fuck no. All of a sudden, I see like this thing come down here and start turning. I see this bad boy turn up. I see a back test over here. Hold on a second here. Hello? These people are always calling me. They want me to take money. Loans and stuff. I don't want no fucking loans. I got debt free, baby. I'm sorry. I don't do that shit anymore. So right in here, right? We scream back down. Wham! Oh, God, I'm going to die over here. Am I long yet? Fuck no. I beat that high right there. Right? I got a bottom. Right? We start like ricochet down. I didn't lose this, and I start to turn around. This. And I just begin to turn around. You see that new prior low right there? All of a sudden, I'm long. Right there. And I rock it up here. I beat that private high. All of a sudden, I'm up like that. So I'm getting long. I'm putting some stops down here. Now, these might be my stops, but I don't execute those stops unless I'm up here. So let's say I buy that dip and it fails. Oh my God, terrible. Do I sell there, trigger my stops? Fuck no. That's a fucking market guy. It's a dealer. You're still going to see bulls try to get back up to where? Scene of the crime. Do that shit on a 1 minute basis, 1 hour, 15 minute, 5 minute, a day, even a week. So I got a bunch of rules in here. I get out, all of a sudden make a new high again over here. I start again. The 1 and 5 minute get underneath there. I get in again. Bam, 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 up. Making money. Not getting destroyed in stops. So, if we're in sell the rip, we're in sell the rip right now, boss. Price is under the half-hour trigger, the hourly trigger, the daily trigger, all the nasties, right? So I think we're hitting a bottom now, right? Remember, we got everything up here now, right? So we're ripping faces to the downside. Woo, baby. Bam. It wouldn't look like that. It'll look something like this. Big jackknife. Like that. So, actually, I should do that again. We'll make it bloody. Oh, God, yeah. We got the ting up here, right? We hit this right here. Make the new low right there, right? We back test, nice big triangle right here. That holds fine. Rip faces down, right? And then a blood all the way down. Here. Rip faces down here. Bam. Within here, there's probably another one, right? Probably actually another one in here somewhere. Let's do that one again. Bam. 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 It's a good one right there. And meanwhile, the 1 minute trigger, is following price down now. Five-minute triggers following price down, screaming down over here, right? Woo! Took 3 legs down, right? Hey, guess who lives in here? FOMO. We start stalling. There's like stalling here. It's consolidation or distribution. We don't know what it is. Kind of that shit in there. Have we made a new low down here? No. Have we started to roll down below with the triggers? No. All of a sudden you see, like, before we ever get there, believe it or not, start to see this bad boy here turn up. Start to see this bad boy turning up. This happens all day, every day. All of a sudden, you see we violate this prior high over here. We go whammo. Uh-oh, whammo. We violate that one right there. Do you buy that? Fuck no. This actually hasn't turned yet. It'll start turning, though. We back test right here, though. We see a cross, bull cross. Well, shit, I just broke that one. I'm holding on right here. So let's say you're short here. You're still given an opportunity to exit, aren't you? In an orderly fashion, short. You might take a few licks, but you probably get out. So as a bear, your stops are here, but you execute them here. So you got to have patience, right? No panic. You stop yourself out here. Same thing applies to bears. And now all of a sudden you're like, fuck, these goddamn bulls. They triggered my stops. I don't have them in the brokerage, but I got them in my brain. I know where my stops are. I can even write a line. I can even put an alert there. I exit my short in an orderly fashion. And I wait. If we begin to bleed down here again, I can get short again, right? Now, that's not the case, is it? So we know where the upside targets are now, don't we? We got a half-hour trigger over here. Well, you just use this one. This is all we got to use is this one right here. Oh, let's get a better gray. All right, yeah, we'll use gray in this case. So we got this one turning right here, but it hasn't quite decided if it's going to turn down or up. We don't know. Oh, shit. There we go. Whew. Did all that work. So you've gotten out of your short. Your hands off. You're now got a half-hour trigger above you. You're like, the fucking bulls have it here. There's a few other things you can see here, right? There's a W, maybe one more high, and then blast them down. If we're in a bear market or sell the rip, this could just be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then down, right? And bulls have to be aware of that too, right? Bulls have to be scared of any buying the dip under the hourly trigger. So are bulls actually doing this? Probably not. If you look at a chain, for calls, they'll be really cheap in here. When we're in sell the rip, calls don't print. They don't. So, and if they do print, that could be a bottom, believe it or not. You'll see OI come into the chain. People will want those calls. So just right now, you're waiting for what? You're waiting for the roll. You're waiting for what? The back test to fail. The back test in this case is up. So you're sitting here pretty waiting. And you happen to watch what happened. We rip faces off up here. Woo! Thank God I didn't get caught in that. Calls are still dirt cheap. They're not going up 300% in that move. Comes back down over here. And you're still waiting. There's your 1, 2, 3 correction, right? This could fail at this point. You can get short again, right? Now, let's say in this case, it didn't. We go all the way up and smash into the half-hour trigger. And you've got the 1 and 5 minute trigger coming up underneath it. You got the what 5-minute coming up. You got the 1 minute coming up. That looks pretty fucking bullish, right? You're still waiting to short. This starts to turn in sideways a little bit. This starts to turn in sideways a little bit. This looks kind of bearish, right? Kep told me we're in sell the rip. What does the dumb fucking trader do? Well, a lot of fucking bulls out on FinTwit will tell you, or you'll be told by people, that they get annihilated if their support breaks. That's not true. Not around here. We don't buy that. We don't even sell that yet. We don't sell that shit. What am I looking for? I mean, what if this pops up and moves higher? Bam. Back test up and out of here. You get annihilated as a bear. This would be like losing the hourly trigger in the inverse upside down on a back test and we go trade the daily trigger. So what do? It pokes its head up. Let's say it pokes its head up. And it doesn't make a new high. Hey. I like that. You know what I tell bulls all the time? They need to see a new high. It doesn't do that. It makes a lower high. I mark this one off. All of a sudden, I start seeing weakness. Goes down here. Oh, that's not good. Bulls come back in. They are weak again. Oh my God, the bulls. What the fuck are they doing? They broke above, but they didn't get a new high, and they just blasted down, and then they stopped buying. All of a sudden, the seller comes in and he smashed him down. This isn't you. Wham. Do you need to be the top caller? Do you need to be the top caller? I'll tell you again, no. This is even on a 1 minute, on a 5 minute, on an hour, on a 4 hour, on a day. Are you calling that shit? You know how many people call that shit and are wrong? They do it all the time. They get annihilated. So you get your low now. You get the low. You get the consolidation zone in here. This is the consolidation zone. You got the new low. Fuck yeah, baby. You see the bulls fumble again. And you're now Johnny on the spot, right? You got the marked low. You got the weakness by the buyer, strength by the seller, more weakness. Start rolling down. I'm fucking right there. Smash them. Woof. Break right through that one, hopefully. Whoop, I saw the break. What are you doing now? Well, I'm going to stay short. Come back up here. Whammo. I'm out. It breaks through. I can get back in. And we do 1, 2, 3 up here. Start falling again. Wham. Now, let's say none of this happens. And I should have shown you the 1 minute and 5 minute following, but it doesn't really matter. But let's say you see the bulls break up here. Goddamn bulls. And they backtest. And they make a new high. That's all they need. One new high. Are you selling that? Fuck no. Let them do their fucking thing until they start to roll. Or they get to the next inflection point. So if the next inflection point is, in this case, an hourly trigger above, what are you doing up there? You're waiting for the next inflection point. Jump on fucking puts or short. You're not just fucking out there fucking guns blazing. Do you know how many assholes call tops? They do it every day. Or they call bottoms. They do it every day. When your doom bear has 1 million followers on FinTwit and he tells you the top is in, he'll do it again and again and again and again and again until he gets it right. And you guys suck it up. And if you do it on a smaller time frame, you can see that that's just not the case. If you want to win most of your trades, not all of them, you'll take licks and cuts and bruises. But if you want to win most of your trades and just get a nick, you're patient. Then you follow momentum. And if you see these fucks up here and they begin to, let's say you want puts here and you're like, oh, these bulls, look how bullish they are. And they look bullish, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it fails on them. That's a bull trap. Do you short that? Fuck no. They're going to try to get back up again. They ain't done yet. They're going to do this bullshit. But what are they doing there? I already told you. The patient bull is long with stops right here, but he's going to wait until he comes back up. Then he exits. The professional trader, the winning retailer that's a bull, he gets out. You're like, oh, God, look at how weak they are right there. That fucker got his stops taken. And now we're going to go downtown. You buy puts there? Fuck no. You just wait for that one little tick below right there, and you go, those fucking bulls are done. Well, all of a sudden, they're up here. You're like, oh, look at that fucker right there. We just got the new low. And you're Johnny on the spot. Smash. Bunch of puts. It is that simple. It really is that fucking simple. It literally. Even if you have a bat wing, and even if you get the new high on the bat wing, even if this looks bullish, I tell the bulls when we're in sell the rip, expect your shit to fail. There's no money in these calls. Not yet. So there's someone up there expecting one of these things to fail. We move into buy the dip, it's different in terms of the option chain, but. So now let's look at one more thing here. You have the bloodbath down, right? Bam, bam, bam. Comes back up, bam, bam, bam. You have places to look, don't you? You get inflection points, half-hour trigger, hourly trigger, daily trigger. Let's say the bulls get through all that shit, and the hourly trigger comes through the daily trigger, and they backtest that twice with new highs successfully. What would you do as a bear? You'd say, God damn, these fucking bulls put in a bottom, and now they got the ball. I got to join them now as a buyer. So you switch. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. And then we flip back to sell the rip. You get back on sell the rip. But what you didn't do was go, oh, it's going to crash right here. Oh, yeah, it's going to crash right here. Oh, yeah, it's going to crash right here, bro. And then they get the fucking high and the new high, and you're like, it's going to crash. And you just like ate 4 fucking trades. Annihilated. You got annihilated down here because you wasn't paying attention. You got bad, 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 bad. 5 trades. Give all your money back. Thank you for playing. Oh, you made all your money on the way down? Here, give it all back to me. You want to do that? Fuck no. So let's go look over here. Fuck are these bulls doing? Bulls broke through half-hour trigger. Now they're facing the hourly trigger. How would you sell this? Do you just fucking come in here and start selling? You're out of your fucking mind. If this was on the inverse, I'll show it to you. Let me show you the inverse here. I'm not yelling at you, by the way. Trying to like show you some stuff here. I'll flip it so a bull understands. Yeah, bulls ever see this before? Oh, yeah. Tell me if this makes anything to you. So you come down for a back test to go long over here, right? Let me ask you as a bull, have you ever seen this before? This flattens out. You're about to buy the fucking dip. I'm going to buy the dip here, bro. And I tell you, no, just hold on, man. Let's get a new high. Let's get a new high. Where are you marking that one? Right there? That makes sense to me. But what happens here? We come down here, and you're buying the dip. What do they do to you? You're fucked now, aren't you, buddy? Bull, right? Fucked. Row. All of a sudden, it comes back. Oh, my God, bro. It's going to go moon. How about you just get the fuck out of the trade, bro, and take your licks? We can get back in there over here. We can get back in there once we go here, right? And we can go there, right? Take your licks right there, bro, until conditions improve, right? All of a sudden, it's a new low. Or in this case, a new high. Now we're going down to the daily trigger, aren't we? This is an inverse chart of what we're looking at right now. Bulls know about this. I bought the dip cap, but it didn't work. Okay, did you back test the hourly trigger? Yes. Okay, cool. Did you get a bounce and get a new high off the prior higher low? You know, this one right here. Hold on here. Did you beat this one right here? No, Cap, I just bounced on the hourly trigger. Oh, man. So you bounced here and you didn't wait for that? You're going to start getting long? So you're early. What happens with people that are early? Let me ask you a question here. Let's say you're on FinTwit. And we're like right about here. And someone's like, bro, I'm long right now. And it rolls up, right? They look like a rock star, don't they? Guess how many times that happens? Not enough for an edge. So the 3 times that happens, 3 traders come and blow up your feed. Bro, I made so much money. The other 7 times, am I doing that the right way now? Oops, wrong way. The other 7 times, guess what those people, shit, I wrote that wrong. The other 7 times, guess what they do? They disappear. They get quiet. They disappear. That's why they tell you after. Bro, I was so fucking long there. So there's no edge. What you want to do is you want to verify that we're going, in this case, down or up. You want to verify. You missed the first few dollars and the risk for a trade that actually gets more, what? More edge. So first we fail this. We come down here. We do this. And then we get this part of the trade. This part of the trade has an edge of about 5%. To print that. This part of the trade is about 15%. To print that. Sorry, I got this wrong. 5% that we roll, 15%, 30%. So they're going to enter short here. That's a 5% chance of down. You enter the trade right here. On a failure, that's about a 15% of down. You get a bounce here, about 30% chance. If you wait and you just take that part of the trade, ready for that this one? Oh, you're not seeing this. Hold on a second here. %, 15%, 30%. And guess what it is right below here? It's about 45 right here. Guess what this part is right here? That part. About 85 to 90% guaranteed it's going down. This one's pretty high too. It's like 60. So that part of the trade right there is where the money is. That's the middle of the trade. And remember, shit goes wrong against you already all the time. So if you can put a string of like 7 or 8 or 9 of those together, and then all of a sudden you take a hit or two or a cut or something, you're killing it. You're a rock star. You're rich. You're filthy fucking rich, to be honest with you. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You can be part of the 10%. You can go out to dinner and piss away at a dinner, $3,000 like it ain't nothing. You can do that shit 4 or 5 nights a week. You'd be like, you Cap, no, you never do that. I'm tell you what, you make a lot of money. You can fly where the fuck you want. You can rent anything you want. You can do whatever the fuck you want. So if you begin to follow these rules, you start taking only, I think David calls that the golden nugget or something. And there's times involved in this, and there's other things involved in this, but even if you just follow this rule, you're going to make a killing. And even when you're down here, you can cash out. I turned $100 into $1,000. I can pocket 800, take an extra 100, and just buy shitty puts. Still made a bunch of money. Didn't give it any of it back. And I'm still on the road to down here. Oh my God, I just got a bonus on my grand, on my 100. Now I got 1,300. And what am I doing down here? What about when FOMOers are down there? Bro, we're going to keep crashing. Sometimes they're right. Most of the time they're wrong. They're the supply. They're not right enough for an edge. And let's say you miss that trade. Fuck them. That's not your setup. That's for them to come and go and tell you they were right and you were wrong. But they're still fucking poor. They will lose another 7 times. They hit it out of the park at what park once, make 100K, and they what? They give it all back. How many times do you hear that? I gave it all back, bro. I want to kick myself. I don't know why it didn't work. It worked that time. I tried it again and again, and it didn't work. So you got to get in the sweet spot, and you got to be patient. And if it begins to turn sideways on you, you get out and take your licks. You can do that over and over and over again. Actually, if you get really good at it, guess what you do? A lot of you, I do it. I gamble it. So if we're going to be down here and I'm going to gamble, I've already made all my money. Fuck, man, I just turned $100 into $1,300. Fuck it, I'll ride with those guys. That's where it gets really fucked up. So now I just made $1,300, right? I throw $100 down on a fucking 5% chance lottery. And now you missed the entire trade down. You're feeling the FOMO, and you're like, dude, that guy makes all kinds of money in trading. He's short here. And I'm like, well, I just used $100 off, a bunch of money I made. What are you doing? I'm all in, bro. 100% of my account. Well, what the fuck you doing that for? Well, I just saw you win 8 trades in a row or whatever. You got to be hot or right or something. But guess what they didn't do? They didn't manage this trade. They didn't get in on this trade. And now they're down there and they're still fucked up. You get where I'm going with this? Bad behaviors, hindsight trading, no patience, not willing to change your outlook, your opinion, your plan. It has to go down. The news was bad. My favorite trader with 1 million followers told me it's going to 0. I got to trust Bloomberg. I got to trust CNBC. No, you don't. You have your own rules. You know where the money is. You know if you want to go gambling, you can. You might not even take that follow trade and gamble. You might put the 100 to the side and not join those guys and go, I'm going to buy a bag of fentanyl and overdose tonight. I'm going to go buy a pair of mom jeans. Girls look good in those. I want to wear them. The rule here is to rule or learn a set of rules. Fucking write them in crayon on a piece of paper. Slam them to your forehead and stare at the mirror every day. And repeat them back to yourself. And paper trade it. And then adjust those rules for you to consistently make money, not get too banged up, and know where you're losing money. Hey, every time I go down there to that FOMO thing, it's a fucking rush, but I know I'm going to blow that money. But when it hits, it's awesome. That's why you keep track of your trades. That's why you write down, I lost this because of that. I fucking did this stupid fucking thing. What the fuck am I doing? Oh my God, I had a string of 7 losses. I got to adjust my rules. So let's look at this right now. We're going to look at a daily basis here. We're going to take a breather here. So you got 2 parts of cash market. We have a 4-hour window in the morning and a 4-hour window in the afternoon. We got market to market. We got pre-market, after hours. We got hours within those 4-hour candles, don't we? What happened in those 4 hours? What happened in the prior 4 hours? Let's look at that. We're going to start here with all this destruction. We'll just start with a weekly. Let's have a look at it. On a weekly basis, we have not gone low enough yet. That's good to see. Destruction hasn't been that bad. We're in risk off right now still. Are we above the daily trigger? No. Is the hourly above the daily trigger? No. Is price above the daily trigger? No. Are we in risk on yet? No. Well, Cap told me that's not good. Okay, hard rule he's got. We also have this right here. That's bad. That's not good. This is your weekly fuck you right here. It's getting uglier. On a daily basis, what are we looking at here? Oh, this is the first place that bulls need to get, right? 680, 151. We got a hard fuck you up here, too. It's your daily. And we also have this one right here. We're going to put that in white. This invalidates the rejection lower. If the bulls go up here on a daily basis, that's bullish as fuck. And we're in a D right there in white. Now we're going to go in what really matters. This is what really matters. This is day trader time. What do day traders think here? We got a target to the downside of a W. If you're a bear, I can tell you right now what you're looking for. On a 4-hour basis right here, that's the second thing that a bull needs to hit. This is the magic number, isn't it? If we go up there, the bulls are going to fucking party, aren't they? 1, 2, 3. Hourly trigger sweeps up. We're out of here. Risk on again. We don't really need to care about this, though, right now. I wouldn't be looking at this as a bull. We're in sell the rip. If you hear someone complaining about going down right now, do you know why that probably is? They don't have rules. They got to get them. They got to learn them. I have these rules on our website. Watch it over and over. Write it down. They're yours, free. Adjust them to your liking. Say, you know what? This doesn't work for me. Now, these triggers and velocity actually proof some of this stuff for you. That's why I say back tests. And triggers will actually do the work for you. So you don't have to look for the candle counts or the lows or how much was taken out of them. There's actually math in those triggers. So we're sitting here on now a 4-hour. We have, what else we have going on up here? A lot of resistance, don't we? Got this resistance right here. A lot of supply in here. A lot of sellers. What else happens to be right here? Hey, triggers right on the 4. Interesting. Look what they're doing right now. They're getting pounded. I guess we should go short here. I don't know yet. We'll find out. We're also starting a new candle here. Do you see that? New candle. And we got some other information here, don't we? We got that little thing right here. This is important too. If you're a bear, you got to be afraid of this white line right here. 673.95 on a 4-hour basis. For more downside action, you do not want to see that violated. Now I can keep notes. I can set alerts. I can send myself emails. I can send a fucking text to my phone. Now we're intraday trading, aren't we? So I'm going to look at a 30-minute basis first for velocity. This doesn't look good for bulls. Look at that. We're getting lower lows on hourly. Oh, yeah, like that would be nice, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah. So far, the half hour looks pretty bullish still, and this looks really bullish. 15 minutes is bullish right now. The hourly, though, we're just looking for a rejection. We're going to switch to a 1 hour now. Okay, I'm just looking for a rejection. The hourly is already telling me that it wants to reject this. It's already telling me, though, too, that we could go all the way up here and still be bearish. It also tells me what? That's trend to the downside, isn't it? I'm getting a lot of information here. But I still need rules. And what do I got right here on an hourly basis? Check it out. I got a little line. Boom. 1. Why does that matter? Well, that doesn't matter. That matters because no matter what happens up here, even if they go all the way up here, the moment they fail that, there's your hourly trigger. That's a big money trade right there, isn't it? We'll smash that thing right there, and that thing right there is a lot of money in there. So I already know that right now. Our next target lower is 651.39. And, whoo, I guess if we're going down there, you might as well clean all that up too, right? That's juicy. What am I looking at here? There's a 4 hour. There's a 4. It's pretty good sellers. Some of you guys are going to be like, yeah, but Cap, this is, this thing right here, this thing right here, and we're down. Sure, we can watch that stuff. Let's look at it. So we got these sellers right here. They look like smart sellers, don't they? Got them. Fuckers were selling here. Fuckers were selling right in here. Smart sellers. Down, down, fuck you. Down, down, fuck you. Good group of sellers right there. Where are they at right now? They're probably right in here somewhere. They took a stab at it. You can see them. They already took a stab right there. But can they be pushed up? You goddamn right. They can be pushed up and out, believe it or not. And these guys are the Momo guys, aren't they? But you're not rich, are you? Do you have $500 million? Do you have $1 billion? Do you have $1 trillion? No. You're just a retailer. You can move faster than those guys. Those guys have more money. But you can take your hand and you can slip it in a fat, rich, old, greasy-handed white man with tons of money. Slip your hand in his pocket and you can take his money. You walk away with $100,000, he'll never know. Ever. You just got to be able to figure out where the money is going. And once they start making money, you want to hop in there with them. So now you're in their pocket, you're swimming around, you pull some cash out, and you're like, hey, fuck yeah, I'm going to take my money, I'm out of here. Those guys are rolling millions. They're sitting on a sell button in New York City. There's a guy out there with fucking billions. He's got a bank full of sellers. And all you got to do is jump in for a little bit. They're not going to miss $100,000. They're not going to miss 50 or 60. And retail supplies all that money. So you need to be the guy that's not the supplier of money. And you don't have deep enough pockets to eventually be right, Michael Burry. You're just a fish swimming along in the sea. And you're either going to be swimming against the current or with the current. And what the fuck do you care that 70% of people get their money back or lose or get washed or eventually come back and be winners or eventually get washed out. You just care about you. That's it. You don't care about internet fame. You don't give a flying fuck about likes. I mean, it feels nice, but to be truthful with you, the less the better. The more under the radar you are, the better it is for you. Right? So we're going to go back here again, and we're going to look. This looks productive. I bet a bunch of you jumped on that like it was nobody's business. I'm short. Maybe. I'll have to look at it closer. But let's look at a few more things here. We have this little line right here. This is the 1 hour for the bulls. Oh, what's that? So let's say this is a big down move coming. What would I need to see on an hourly basis? Forget the 1 minute, the 5, the 15, or anything like that. What would I need to see? For me to take this trade on an hourly basis, I would actually need to see this blood right here. Would I jump on the trade there? Fuck no. I'd wait for the rejection. Now I'm short. It's the same fucking place that you started at, but could get overrun. I'm in the same place as you, but I have a better chance of winning. Now we go down. You got flushed out. You got burned, and I'm making party time money. Then you jump in down there in your supply again. You see how that works too? Kind of crazy, right? You can actually be right directionally and still get fucking annihilated. You ever been like that? I've done that. I'm guilty of it. I was right, but then I was in the wrong place, wrong time. I got my shit pushed in. I got scared to go short because I was going to get my shit pushed in again. Then it's running to the downside. I missed the whole entire fucking trade. I'm mad at myself. Now I'm buying fucking puts down here. And they ramp it up on me again. I'm getting ragdolled now. Get me the fuck out of here. Close the market. Everybody's partying. And I'm like getting wrecked. And I'm directionally right. That doesn't feel good either, does it? And then some asshole, you're waiting, you're patient. You're too fearful to take that trade. This guy up here is like, bro, I top ticked it, bro. That guy disappears too. He loses most of the time. This shit's all, I'll post something for you in the Discord so you can read about it. This shit's been studied. This shit's been run again and again and again and again and again and again. And you look back and go, holy shit. I was only right one time. And remember, there's all kinds of other shit that's going to fuck you up. Well, he said he might be right like 30% of the time. Yeah, but there's other factors in the market that'll fuck you up too. You're still going to get fucked up. This is a zero-sum game. You have to have as many things right as you possibly can so that you win as many times as you possibly can. Just like winging shit and saying, we're going down, bro. It's not good enough. I'm telling you. And there'll always be that guy there saying it. And that guy's name will change. It'll be Bob, Harry, Sally, Mike, Bilbo. It's always a new cast of characters. That's why I mute people. I do. That's why I'm like, you know, not listening to that guy anymore. That guy on Twitter, muted. I'm here to trade my own plan with my own rules. And I'm here to make money. I'm not fucking, I don't have parents that are billionaires. I can't give money to the market because I'm gambling. I'm not sitting at home independently wealthy. My wife taking care of me. My parents taking care of me. I don't have a fucking trust fund. I'm not unemployed sitting on a couch, bored. I love the market, but I got washed out, so I'm going to shit post on Twitter. I can't trust anyone but me and my money and me trading. I don't know if that guy out there that's posting shit as a reporter, wants to be a reporter, does it for the likes, does it for the trolling, does it for the conversation. Maybe he's a part of a Discord fucking astroturfing group. I'm serious. They're all out there. There's a sea of them. I'm writing my own rules, using the ones that work for me, removing the rest, finding more for me, backtesting that trade until I'm winning consistently. And then do I give a flying fuck what anybody else is doing? Hell no. Neither should you. That takes time. So we got a 1 hour up here. This is red. We got another one right here. That's kind of nasty, right? That's awful. Same group of sellers up here. There's a lot of you shall not pass up here, isn't there? For bulls. Hell yeah, a whole hell of a lot of fuck you up here, isn't there? Let me ask you this question here. This is a good one. There's going to be some asshole out there that's going to tell you, you know what, Cap? I don't give a fuck what you think, bro. We're going moon. That might be true. That might not be true. I know one thing here. I know that that guy is a fucking loser. Be honest with you guys. He's a fucking loser. He loses more trades than he wins. That fucking guy probably gave more money back to the market than he can count. Cap, we're going to the moon, bro. Well, okay, so, maybe this one time we do. And maybe his name changes when it actually happens. There's always somebody new. When it does happen, it's a new guy. Hey, man, I was long there, bro. I made so much money. Oh, sweet. Fuck yeah. Awesome. Do I care? Fuck no. Why don't I care? I put no risk on here for this, no risk on here for that, no risk on here for that, no risk on here for that. I literally get to sit here. I watched that hourly trigger come up. I watched that, half-hour trigger come up. I watched this big-ass green bar come up here. And I go, whoa, that's fucking awesome. I just beat the prior high over here. Oh, my rules are starting to be met. Beat that prior high. Okay, let's see what happens over here. We start coming back down, right? Wham over here. Oh, buyers bought it again. Oh, we got a new high right here. Holy shit. Come bleeding back down here. And I'm now Johnny on the spot. I'm buying that shit right there. I just beat out all these sellers. I just wore out all this supply. Some hot news just hit the street. Financial Juice is like, oh my God, this guy is talking about we're fucking printing fucking free money out of trees in every neighborhood in the United States. Everybody just got a check in the mail. Just hit your bank account. Woo! Meanwhile, I didn't put any risk out in here. We wore out all these sellers, and now I've got a very high chance of money. I took no fucking risk. the Marine that I said, charge that hill, bro. With those bullets raining down, I had to send another wave, another wave, another wave. They're all fucked up. They're getting eaten alive by theta burn, time. And then I step on the field, I'm like a chicken hawk. I got this, boys. Don't worry about it. I drive up in my Jeep. I got nothing on. I got no helmet on. I got a fucking ascot out here. And I'm like, here comes Captain Jim James to the rescue. Burr, baby, burr. I look great. Meanwhile, there's a bunch of dead soldiers in here. It's terrible. I know I'm winning. This guy over here is saying we're going to crash. He gets fucked up. He's dead. Dead bear over there lying in the corner. We're going to crash. Wasn't patient. Meanwhile, I'm over here at my ascot. Hanging out at bars. Flying around the world. Taking care of my friends. Taking care of my family. Taking care of my extended family. You name it. Just kind of hanging out. We got a 1 hour over here. They're still holding on. Look at them by the skin of their teeth. Now we're going to switch over to a few other things. We're going to start counting and looking at highs and lows. And we're going to start finding out what exactly is going on here. If you're a member of our community, we give you updates on what the expectations are, don't we? Tell you what we think's going to happen. Right? Yeah. We said 655 to 657 to 652, and then we're cut loose to go higher again to 660. I think we've already kind of done that. We have a further projection out that we go lower, right? We go lower. So what are we going to look at here? We know where the sellers are. They're above. We know where the prior low is over here. We're going to mark this off right here. We also have Vixpiration tomorrow. This is our first target right here. This is our second target over here. We're coming into the end of the day. It's 2:17 in the afternoon. Right? We got 4 p.m. right here. And we got Vixpiration tomorrow. Before I switch here, I want to talk to you about something. Well, Cap, what if Vixpiration we moon? That's okay. I would rather see it moon, come back, make 2 things here, and then I'll get long. So I already know that right where we are. I don't need that fame and glory of doing what? He called it, bro. And then next week, I don't call it. I'd rather call it and be right like 7 times, 8, 9 times. And when I'm wrong, someone make fun of me. I like that I win so much that when I lose, I am the butt of jokes. Because they don't get many opportunities to say I'm wrong. I actually enjoy that, to be honest with you. I also don't want to put this risk on. I want to take the easy ride. So am I on board for the upside move right now? Fuck no. What else could happen in here? So that guy fails. We come down here, and I get another shot at going up, don't I? We hold that line. That's bullish. I get another chance to live. I'm being patient. I might miss the up trade. That's okay. No hindsight trading allowed. No crying at the casino. Now, what if this happens? What if we are rolling, we squeeze up here to the close, but we fail? That's a good place to buy puts for tomorrow, isn't it? Jackknife down, make a bunch of money. I can even switch long up here. So there's a lot of patience even for bears here right now. There's no real trade in my view for bears or bulls. Maybe on a 1 minute basis. We can check this. The bulls are still holding the 1 minute, so they got some party time up here. If the thesis is that we're up and down, probably going to take all your stops first, right? Wouldn't you expect that? We're going down. The pain trade. You're not supposed to be in puts here yet. That means they're going to take all your stops. So I'm not getting any answers here yet for what's going to happen, but I'm getting a shit ton of answers of what I shouldn't be doing, right? So now I'm looking over here. Hey, look at this guy over here. What do we got over here? A little bit better here. We got one. We broke this one. You're going to expect some kind of consolidation, maybe even a back test. Oh, wait a minute. Some kind of consolidation, maybe even a back test. But the bulls might have at least a correction like this, right? 1, 2, 3, right? That's possible. That's valid. They might even get that and go moon tomorrow. I wouldn't be buying puts here. Have we lost this yet? Have we lost this and violated that so that we can take the puts there? Nope. Do I want to risk money here? Probably not. You could. You could actually get long here, or maybe here if that stalls. I might take that trade right there. I know where to put my stops. I know where to get the fuck out before we get there. There's some risk to be put on here. It's still risky, though. It's not up here, is it? Maybe an intraday trade or something, some gambling. So what am I looking for here to get short? I'm looking for some fucking failure, aren't I? I want to see price fail. I want to see that 5 minute come over and that 1 minute come down. I want to load the fucking boat on puts over here, don't I? So I got to wait for price to tell me more information. Now, what am I expecting in it tomorrow? Do you know? Let's take a look. The 15-minute and the half an hour is strong. The hourly is looking pretty shitty here. We are still in sell the rip until we are above all this shit right here. And we got price hour. I'm going to give the outcome to the bears. That's what I'm going to do. But where? I'm going to probably say it just like this. Remember we used to do dotted lines? Remember we used to do dotted lines? Remember that? Remember we used to do straight lines for the bulls? I'm going to give the bulls this right here. Right up there. We'll get rid of this. We already know about that. That's what I'm going to give bulls right there. What's my expectation for tomorrow from there? We're going to sell the fuck out of these bulls. I'm going to break that bad boy right there. I'm going to take that one right there and go right down there. There's your weekly. Break right through this, 650. This one right here would probably go a little bit lower. This probably go right down there. Got my half-hour trigger tracking right here. Let's see it. Right in there. I'm going to start looking over here. And I got something else going on here, don't I? Check that bad boy out. Woo! Look at that right there. Oh, man. This is going to be straight line down. I'm going to show you what happens if I'm wrong. I even got it all planned out. Hey, what's down here? Oh, 643, baby. What is that right there? I bet that, look at that bad boy. Oh, man. Woo. See what we got going on here. Now, that was on a 1 minute. Let's smooth this out a little bit. This is Tuesday, Wednesday, 9 a.m., bloodbath. We can move this over a little bit. Well, here's 9 a.m. This is Vixie. Give a little bit more room to the Bulls. 9 a.m., right? Get that party started. What time is this? 1600. We'll give them all day long to 1600 right there. Oh, we got Thursday over here, right? This is Thursday now, right? This is Pound Town. I bet you too. We got OpEx, right? Hey, OpEx, baby, 1600. Look at that right there. Shocker. Oh, man. That ain't looking too pretty. Bam, bam. There's the 673. Almost perfection. Wonder how that worked itself out. Just think. Blood. Oh, man. Oh, it's getting me all hot and bothered. Oh. Oh. Took out all that bullshit over there. Big support over here. Lots of buyers stepping in. This is the instigation of the entire trade up here. Woo. I got long, bro. This is the impulse. This is the actual, like, up. I bought rate cuts, made a bunch of money, bought it again. Bunch of money. Took the money and ran. Woo! I exited in late October. Did you? Where was this trader now? Where are they now? They're probably right here. What's that called? Guess who thinks they're smart money? The street. Street was right here. Probably right here. Where's the smart money target? Right there. Now there's more to tell here. Smart money loves their money faster. Maybe we just go down here and blast it down. They're out before we ever get to OpEx. We ramp back up over there. They're rotating out while you're talking about crashes. Now your fucking FOMO bears down here. And he's talking about waking up on Monday in a crash. And what the fuck is the smart money telling you over there on Friday close? What are they running on the socials? We're going to crash on Monday, bro. Technicals are all fucked up. We recommend that you hedge over the weekend. We recommend that we might crash. We think there's a chance of a limit down on Monday. And you're loading up on crash puts. What the fuck is the smart money doing down there? They're handing you the puts. Yeah, here's some for you. Oh, you want $20 puts? Oh, yeah. I bought these for 10 cents. They're now worth $4. They're $8. What else is going on in there? What else is going on in there? You got your Theta gang in there. What are they doing? They saw the thrust up. What are you doing? I'm selling puts to suckers. What are you doing up here? I'm selling calls to suckers. What does the market have to do? Nothing. We coming in October, bro. It's the best month ever. I made a bunch of money selling puts to suckers, bunch of money selling puts to suckers. Sold call suckers up here. Where are we at? Oh, we're in range, bro. Suckers as far as the eye can see. What do we got coming up? We got Vixpiration, bro. Market can move. I bet you right now that some of the street is already out. I bet you that the street is already exiting here. They'll continue or have some runners down here. I bet you that bottom, they're already closing here. They're already selling puts down here. They're at the end of the trade. And guess who's down here? The sucker crash buyer again. Guess what they get? They get the did it again award. That's what they get. Fell for it again. Sticker right here. Fell for it again. Right? It's fucked up, isn't it? You want to be a part of the Fell for it again award? No. All of a sudden, you do the Fell for it again award where, yeah, baby, holiday rally. Not only that, but if we don't do the fall again, the holiday rally, we start rolling. Guess what? You learned from me. Hey, close those goddamn calls, man. Close those sold puts. We're gonna start selling calls up here. We're going down, bro. Street goes, no problem. We'll do that. Couple cuts, made all this money over here. Start going down. Shit, we could crash here, come back up. Plenty of chance to get short for a crash in December. They got more fucking time, and these traders have more ways in and out than you can ever. It'll make your head spin. Even if you woke up on Monday with a bloodbath, they would still have an out or a way to get in while we're looking for the second low. So let's start thinking about this. They're probably already selling you puts. If you're going to take this trade down, right? Now, I wrote you this where I said, this is a dotted line. And sell this. Right? But I just gave you a bunch of rules, didn't I? I said to you, if you break support and you follow rules, let's say just in here. say you see, you're not short yet, are you? You're not in puts yet, are you? So let's say you see this move right here. Do you need to wait till here? Fuck no, you've got rules. Start smashing this thing down right now. Wham. Thank you very much. This is just the worst outcome. And not only that, let's say we go up here. We start to fail, right? There's your hourly trigger. We start to make a new low. Then you're taking the trade. If you saw this up here with a new high, what would you say? It didn't work. Do not well, look for the bulls. Does it make sense? So this is a, what is this called here? What is this called? That's a fucking plan, isn't it? This is the plan. And when we come into these areas of interest, we're looking for what happens in price action with rules. If my rules are not met to buy puts right here, right? Broken, can't buy puts. All right, fuck it, no trade for me. Blast down. Oh, I should have bought those puts. Fuck no. That trade wasn't for you. You have rules. How about your rules didn't get met? The rules didn't get met. We blood down in the overnight and then jackknife back up. Whew. I missed that one again. You know, by 9:30 in the morning. There's the double bottom. All these rules that I give to you have consequence. The plan is a plan for you to succeed. So you get the plan plus the rules plus velocity plus triggers plus ICT plus traditional charting and gamma. And I can already tell you that they're selling puts to you. Guarantee it right now. So there you go. That's the plan. That's the plan from this point forward. So so I'm giving you an idea right now what to do into what? Today, tomorrow, and Friday. There's your plan. I'll post this for you right now inside the Discord. Not a bad plan, right? Can this plan change? I just showed you all the ways it changes. I just showed you what to look for. I just showed you how to sell a rejection point. I just showed you what you need to start selling. I showed you what you need to start buying. Price or time? Or, the buyers are right. They're done. They're out of here. Remember that I don't need to be right here. It doesn't need to follow this path. I just need to know what to do as it unfolds, right? Well, look at that. We broke that fucking hourly. Let's start selling. Cap showed me where those fucking sell points were. Let's start selling. Oh my God, we started squeezing up. We just did a back test. Cap said if that shit happens, start buying it. Out of here. Did you have puts? Fuck no, we didn't break down, bro. I didn't get caught in that. I wasn't an early seller. I was watching, man. Cap told me not to sell that shit unless you break under here. Now, this thing right here also works for futures. This plan right here works for futures. You can overlay this with a futures chart, and it works the same goddamn way. Let's go look now and see. What are they doing over these fuckers? Now let's look at the one other thing. Go check something else. Who do you think's buying right now? Who do you think this is? Goddamn dealers. They sold you fucking puts down here. They're going to make you buy them again. Have you broken this yet? Just say no. As they take all your money away from you. Such an asshole. Like that Kevin Jim James guy. I hate that guy. Yelled at me all day long. Told me how bad of a trader I was. What does this look like? Squeezing, right? Looks like, what does it look like? Looks to me like fucking rip, right? Sell the rip. Look for the rip. I told you way back here when I first started blabbing to you to look for that, didn't I? Right there, right? Told you that earlier. I already knew this shit was here. I'm just drawing it up for you so you have it. There it is right there. We just circled right back to my original conversation just now. Oh, God, I hate my life. He's such a dick. There we go. One more thing. We're back into a supportive environment. Just so you know, we're back into a supportive environment. We're back into a supportive environment where dealers, CTAs, fucking goddamn vault control funds are here. Now that's bad, right? See that right there? That's a big orange bar down there, bro. Well, yeah. Bet you it's like right around here. That's what we need right now to sell. No, on a smaller frame. You can use things like this on a smaller frame. Like there's there's the high, there's the lower high. You can start to see the crossing here. And start getting vicious in here if you want, but you got to take it off. Like you're in and you're out, you're in and you're out. And there's risk in there. The easiest trade is slamming through that and then rejecting this. And your savvy trader that's been around this community for a long time, like your Bobby Badasses like David AMS, those guys can do that. But 70% to 90% of you cannot. 70 to 90% of you will get washed. The things that I showed you today is more than likely more than you've learned anywhere else. Maybe not, but I bet if you've never heard shit like this, it's like blowing your face off, I would think. It's not blowing a lot of our guys' faces off. Our guys are fucking good. They know all this shit. They ain't dumb. These guys know more rules. There's a whole bunch more, by the way. These guys know like what time of day to do it. These guys know where bottom is. Most of them won't tell you. They don't want the responsibility of being wrong and getting out, and you don't. They want you to learn so that you can ask the same questions. You know what I mean by that? The same questions? Like, hey, Cap, I've got us going up here and hitting this number. Do you? I do, man, but I don't give it a high percentage. You know, me neither, man. Or I do. Why don't you? Those are the questions you want. It shouldn't be questions like, hey, man, are you long for a seller or buy signal? You don't want that. You want to bounce notes off each other. What do you think? Why don't you think that? Why do you think this? What's the percentage chance that I win this trade, man? I have it at like 45%. That's not good enough for me. Oh, no, dude, it's like an 85% chance. Okay, can you tell me why you see that? Sure, I'll talk to you about it. Not, hey, man, should I get long here? Should I get short here? Is there a trade here? Oh, why is there no trade here? That kind of stuff. or the risk that they're taking, or what risk you're taking. Are you rolling? Are you rolling your whole account? Do you have a small account? Do you have a big account? Paper trading? You trade money? Do you get an allowance every week to trade money? Oh, you don't have a job? How do you get that money? Oh, you get a trust fund? So what are you doing? You partying all day long? That's why you're taking that trade? Cool, thanks for being honest. That's why you try to be friends with people too. So you know what they're doing, like intimately. It's my buddy over there. He wouldn't lie to me. He doesn't. So you know who you're trading with, why and what you're trading. So, trading sideways right now, it is almost 1,500. The way in my book is down. I think we're going to squeeze the fuck out of him first. I'll just give you a top line here. I think we squeeze the fuck out of sellers here. It's kind of like when we're buying the dip and they flush you, right? You flush them out first. This is the inverse now, right? So I'm going to give an edge so that if you're a seller, you're going to get ripped and they're going to flush your ass out in the close here. My target is 66732. Not even. I'll give you an exact target. 66638. Fucking 666. The Devil's Lettuce. Devil's Island. I bet you they squeeze your balls to 66638. And if they don't, I'm going to start selling a break and rejection right in here, wherever that takes place. I'll get short. That's my plan. That's your top line right there. Is that good enough? What did I just say to you? What's the trade here? The trade is to wait to sell. The trade is not to get long here. I just went through a whole fucking diatribe of why we need to go way higher for you to even consider buying a dip. There's no edge here going up. The only edge here is to wait to sell or to wait to pick it back up long. Now, we should go up there, but there's no edge. You know what I mean? Listen to the whole thing that I said to you guys. The way is lower. The pain trade is on. I'm looking to get short up there if I can. Right? You can be long here. I'm not saying don't be long up here. I'm just letting you know that we're on sell the rip right now until conditions change. I have an expectation of failure at some point. You know what happens when you're in these environments? Not every time, but you know what happens? Like the hand of God comes out. You're long and you're like, fuck yeah, man. Bam, take these guys out. Bam, take these guys out. And you're just about to go there. And all of a sudden it's like this. Big, fat, fucking red, stinky bar. Not always. All of a sudden it's like this. Thank you for playing. You didn't follow the rules. Hey, you get a fall for award too. You got a fell for it again award too. You just disregarded every rule that guy taught you. Now you're all fucked up. This retraces. Now you're fucking in puts because you didn't do what I told you to do. You got to break and then reject. I'm still sitting here in my hands. Boom. Oh, yeah. You guys ready? Short now. Patience. Now, if your thesis is different than mine or you have your own rules, have at it, bro. I'm not saying don't belong here. I'm saying have your own rules. If they begin to lose ever consistently, adjust them. I'm just letting you know what my rules are and how I trade. It's been a good goddamn broadcast, hasn't it? It's been a day full of teaching people this stuff because they never get a chance anymore. You guys understand a lot of this? If you don't, this program today in full, it's pretty good. I think it is. I'm not trying to like brag or anything. I think it's been a good program. I think it's a good way to learn how to trade like this. If you don't understand any of this on the website, I've got a whole series on it. It's pretty much this. Not too far off from this stuff. There's probably been some adjustments made since then, but it's probably need to update them at some point. But it's fairly close to this. Do it over again and again and again and again and again. And eventually gets easy. Hey Kenny, I'm not Kenny Tran. I'm not saying don't stay long, man. You can stay long here. I don't know your position, dude. I don't know if you're like long from the bottom. I don't know if you rolled some winnings into something. I don't know, Kenny. I would need to know way more information, man. Don't listen to what I say as like gospel. I want to say something to you guys. I'll never be your fucking furu. I'm being serious. I want you guys to learn this stuff so you can be your own furu, you know? I really do want you guys to learn something like this, some form of this, so that you don't ever make me your furu. I don't ever want to be anybody's furu. Like your shot collar or your this is going to happen, that's going to happen. That happens a lot around here because I'm normally pretty close to accurate. But when someone loses money and they missed something along the way because of what they wanted to hear and not what they didn't want to hear, that hurts me. It pains me when I hear that. It really does. Or I don't know, like, I don't know what they're in or how they're in it or context of it or if they're wrong, if they're going to blow up. I don't know. And I know that emotions take hold, and I know that they take hold of me too. Fears, doubts, insecurities, looking up for wins, all you name it. It runs the gamut. So, not trying to be a dick to you either, in particular, Kenny. I just want you to know that, like, yeah, we can go up there, but I just don't know your position, bro. If you want to know, I'm looking lower. I'm looking lower until I see those two highs above that hourly triggered. Even then, I'd only be long for the 685. Risk removes later. And I don't think the bottom's in. I think they want that 643. I don't know if they'll get it. It's like the end of the trade for them, but we could turn up here. But I would still want that proof. We could go back to risk on. I think they want it into at least tomorrow. I think they're looking for it for like tomorrow. I think it's a lower percentage chance that we hit it on OpEx. But it'd be a sweet little bow in a package. Because what you do is you would fuel the move up. If we can't get to 7,000, you guys remember when I tell you about like if the way is not higher, it's lower? We really need to make the market believe that we can't go to 7,000. And I think like the bow in the package would be just like bloodbath down to 43. And everyone's just loading the fucking boat. Like right at the bell on Friday would be baller. You do like a 30-point down fucking slice too. Like I'm not trying to be a bear here, but like what I'd really like to fucking see would be like we go down there and we don't hit the bottom until like Friday at 3:30. And then like for real, I would like to see like a fucking jackknife down. Truthfully. Like below that 43 and just like take every asshole's stops from that first trade up. Take all their stops. Print some of like the major hedging activity that's going on for like 15 minutes. Nobody closes them. They're like, oh my God, yeah, I'm going to add more. Whole bunch of FOMOers jump on puts over the weekend. And then I would just fucking crank this fucker right up into Monday. Up 100 fucking points. You know, up 2-3% in the opening bell. Everybody's fucking trapped. They're all fucking short. Retailers are fucking hair on fire. Fucking like brokerage is like, fuck yeah, I just took all this guy's fucking money, man. Fucking cut that motherfucker out on Friday and Monday, took all his cash. Didn't even let him try to crawl out of the hole. Everybody's fucking stoked. They're making money off you. You're the goddamn supplier in puts now. You're watching the market go up and you're just like, fuck. And if you're a bull, you bought too early. And so they're under you again. The street is. I always love being under where the street is. It's rare. Happens only for me like 30% of the time, but when it does, ooh man, because then you get all the premium kick, you get all the fucking dealers, and they're like above you, and they're just giving you free money. They're like, "Oh, bro, here, have some of this shit." It's baller. I don't know if that happens, but it'd be a fucking be like so goddamn good, and the whole market is looking lower. Like everybody's in fear. So, anyways, that's my thought here. Might not happen like that, but I'd love it. I'd love fucking FinTwit to be on fucking fire. Like we're gonna crash, and then just rip their fucking faces off. Take every asshole on FinTwit's money for like a week next week. Everybody's now on vacation. They're all going to Thanksgiving. They're all panicking. There's nobody in the market. We just go fucking vertical. There's like fucking 100 of us in the Discord. We're just printing. All those people come back from Thanksgiving. They look in their accounts and they're like, oh my God, I got a margin call. They're telling their wives how they're going to lose everything. Christmas is over. Bear Christmas is over. They get a Did It Again award. Meanwhile, like me and Dirty Mike and the boys are cleaning on up. You know, we sullied your electric car. We're the guy at the bar over the hall. You know, you go home for Thanksgiving and there's like some asshole in a bar. That's me. Well, that guy thinks he's so cool. Does not realize that I took his margin money, took his put money. You go find out when he comes back. Fucking Mr. Yen's out there. Fucking, we're going vertical. He's out there just like slamming the fucking buy button on futures. Futures start ramping for the fucking end of the month. Everybody's buying futures contracts. The 30-day contracts. They all fucking print on fucking December 31st. Ah! Meanwhile, like 75% of you get fucking annihilated. By the time you're not bearish anymore, like it's fucking December 31st, fucking vertical. There's a smart bear out there right now. He's like taking notes. He's like, fuck that guy. That ain't happening to me. And if it does, he's going to find me on Twitter and threaten to kill me or something. First time I'm wrong. Sucker. All that kind of shit. I'm thinking all this through right now. I can like see the whole fucking thing playing out. All of a sudden they're telling you about how you're getting rate cuts. And you're like the guy on Twitter going, no rate cuts, bro. 300 likes. You walk in the mirror one day and you pull your mask off and you see this clown. You're like, fuck, do I delete that stuff? Do I leave it up? Do I just start carpet or Astro or just start lots of posts they don't see it again? Or you just don't care because you got another 1,000 followers out of that post. These fucking psychopaths. Sorry. All this shit makes me laugh. So bad. So much of this fucking market is fake as shit. Well, there's two places. There's two prior. There's one that's the scene of the crime. Truth, like that's the scene of the crime. Oftentimes, when we come into the scene of the crime, there can be another wave lower. Let's talk about that right now. So you still can't trust like You can't trust anybody. You can. Like the market, you can't. So, there could still be like a gotcha there, right? So oftentimes we'll get to the scene of the crime and a couple things happen. That might actually be a top. It could be a roll. And not only that, there's a bunch of people hiding there. I already know that there's probably some trap bulls that on the first chance they get, they'll sell right there. There'll be bulls that'll like tell you things like, "Oh, bro, we're going to 700." And the first fucking chance they get, they'll get out. And they should. And they can get back in again to go higher. As a matter of fact, when we hit that one, I would expect a large sell. I would actually step off the market there, and I'd be looking for a big dip to buy. We'd probably have to hit those guys 2 or 3 times. Now, if that turned into a roll of fear, sentiment change, something hit the tape, you don't want to get caught in that. So it's a rule that what happens with that rule is that oftentimes people forget how much length they have to make money. So how you get trapped in there is if you respect that rule, you typically will have a much larger run ahead of it if you just follow the rules. If there wasn't a much larger run ahead of it, you'll oftentimes get trapped. In my experience, that's how it happens. Now, the timing isn't quite right in this instance for the top to be in, but if we did a 2018, that's how it would happen. If we still follow 2018, that's exactly how it happened. We'd trade like that 685, and you'd be in it, and they would dump it, and we would go to like 0. We'd trade 616, and you'd be the fuel for that. So if you go back and watch the program, then you look back on the triggers and stuff, you'll see when those have failed, and you're the supply, and you'll see that if it doesn't fail, you're just like in FOMO. You're in emotion. And you never want to trade an emotion if you can, or help it, or at least identify it. When you guys hear me say like I'm bared up right now, and then I go, but buy the dip, that's because I'm being honest with you that I'm coping or dealing, not even coping, I'm dealing with my feelings. I'm telling you in advance because I think we're going here, but my feelings are counter to that thesis. So I want to be able to deal with those feelings, make them public, believe it or not. So what it does is it gives me the ability to trade without emotion. But do I think that that's going to happen? Not right now. I'm stepping off anyways there. I would step off there and not make the money in the rip. Or I might leave a few runners on or something, but majority of those winnings I would get out. Personally, I would. I like clean, consistent money. Not only that, I want to update you guys one more time. I think we have NFP on Thursday. So you could get like a blood down in NFP. You get the blood of expiration, the blood of NFP. We start trading sideways on a Friday, then we jackknife down quickly, and you guys are all bared up into the weekend. I forgot about that. You got expiration tomorrow. You got VIXI tomorrow. You got fucking NFP on Thursday. And then you got OPEX Friday. I was thinking that OPEX was going to be at the start of the trade. Let's do some contra stuff here. Like this is my plan, right? But there is some contra stuff here. There is some contra stuff here. You got to think about. You have to think about these guys right here. And you got to think about the 29th. I always like to think about like where they're trying to park the money for, or park the market for an OPEX or a month end. And you can kind of see November right here. Like bringing us down to right here seems the target. This seems like the target for OPEX. I think 667 is the max pain, but I could be wrong. It might have changed. Even month end, which is right here. I think that's the target in a month end. So if you could rip it down here and then swing up here into December. I always think like month end is the better way to look at this rather than OPEX. There is an OPEX pin. On Wednesday, excuse me, Friday, there is an OPEX pin, but like there's also a month end pin right here. There's potential for us to like go down here, blood this on. No, not sorry. There is like it's price or time, but there is some potential in here to like shank this shit down, come back up for OPEX, blood some more, hit the 43, and then back up here for month end, and then we're up and out of here for December. Now that whole 683 thing up here, let's go there. I said it was 685, but it isn't. It's 683. It's like you're like you're down like this, blood, and come back up for OPEX, blood again for 43, and then you're like back up here for Thanksgiving, and you kind of wake up to this here. So you come back on Monday, right? Your puts and shits on fire. You missed the downside move. And you come back up here for the 3rd of December, and they shank you again. You come back from the first week of December of whatever you call it in here. They shank you again, but we did the tip, and then we get long. So you're like always on the wrong side of this shit. It's something like this. I don't know exactly what it's gonna be. Like here. So like it would be hilarious. This is the 28th. Here's the 1st on Monday. So you're kind of like getting whipsawed. It's price or time. I try to give you more time than price. I don't want to like draw this out and be like, bro, we're going to go like this down here. And we're going to recover up here. And then, we're going to go down there to 43. And then we're going to, yank this fucker up right here. And, then we're going to wake up over here. The reason I don't do that with a drawing is because I want to give you both price and time. Price and time, either this happens early or later. If we started shanking this down right now, we'd speed this process up. But if it drags, we oftentimes will kill things, then we go down, kill things up. So I'm going to expect here at some point that we're probably trading this. Probably, I'm not kidding. Like you'd come into like this for the 28th, and it could even be something violent. Like it could literally be like the 28th straight up. You're loaded in puts. You watch that shit at the bell. You go to your in-laws' house, and you're like, oh my god, I got $100,000 on crash puts, and I just watched it go vertical. Your wife's like, be nice to the family, and all you think about the entire weekend is that it ramped. And then you're checking your phone over Thanksgiving. You're like, dude, are we going to crash? And then you wake up on Monday morning, and it's like this. Whoop, right there. So you come in on Monday morning, your fucking shit's on fire. And you got a bunch of people that aren't in anything. They went on vacations. They want to buy the fucking dip to trade 700. And what do? They shank your ass. Right down into like Tuesday. There's your fucking daily, your hourly trigger. You already hit the top though. If you're a smart trader, look for that. If we didn't hit that button, matter of fact, you probably swing up here and then bounce back down, then come up there and hit that one. So we're down here, right? There's your hourly trigger. You weren't paying attention if we actually hit the top number or not. If we didn't, you're buying call puts or buying calls here. We don't get the new high, and then all of a sudden we're fucking blasting down here and crashing. All these puts are fucking dead. You're upside down closing puts. There's a bunch of manipulation in here. Or you did hit that up here and you bought a bunch of calls and your puts are on fire. And meanwhile, I'm fucking moving, to the upside, and you're like upside down. Your calls are on fire. You got to buy more calls and run me up. All these fuckers over here are still talking about the crash. And now they're fucking trying to get long over here. They missed the entire trade. Their puts are fucking on fire. Just fucking burning. Fucking house of fire in there. A lot of shit that can happen in here. And you just got to be quicker than the rest. And the rules help you do that. Look at that. Failure, 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 failure. They're just sucking everybody in now. Just get annihilated in here. You might want some calls here. Have we murdered all the calls yet? Start breaking some rules here. Happens it. What is Spy doing? Six, 66. Are they cheap? 20 cents. Fuck on out of here. 20 cents? What are puts for tomorrow? $6.51 is the target. The 6.52s. Puts are cheap. Or is it like that? Time is right now. Something like that, maybe. Right there. That's where it is. I think there's a stall there, but there, that's where it is. You have BLS U.S. Import Export Indexes for September, released December 3rd. Man, I can't believe they get to pick PPI for September to be released November 25th. I'm like blown away that they've been able to like pick it. It's like too good not to give up, right? Watch out, you get a bear cross coming up right here. Try to plunge it down here. Not quite like that. It'd be more like this is what I'm looking for here is or something like this. That's what I'm looking for right there. Plunge them down, back up again. There's your first high. Back down again. And whammo. Let's see how this works out for him. Should I go on Twitter and say take all their fucking stops? I've been on Twitter all day. It was off. Oh goddamn! I signed out because of fuck. I always like ship posting this stuff because they get raging afterwards. Take all these fucking bears stops. Watch this. Did they sign me out maybe? Watch this. Oh, there's no GIFs on. Dude, Twitter's still down. Twitter's still down. Oh God, it's terrible. How about lowercase? I tried typing it in all caps. Get it, cap? Oh shit. Twitter's still down for me. Oh, I've got something for you guys. Yeah, it's not working. There was some dude. We have people in our Discord this morning never talked. They're like, "What's going on? Twitter's down. What the fuck is going on in here?" It was awesome to see. I was really stoked. Probing the depths of hell. Was it getting cheap? Not yet. Go down a little bit more. A little bit more. Tiny bit more. Good. No. A little bit more. Yeah, get on down there. Go on down there. Go on down there. Good, you can do it. Go on down there. A little bit more. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. What are you doing? No, I'm not gonna touch you. Chill. Yeah, go on down there. Yeah, exactly. Go on down there. Go probe them out. A little bit more. I haven't seen anything yet across the wire here. The AI trade unwind ahead of the Nvidia print. Oh, baby. I'm getting giggly here already. Putting some stops on. Don't like that one. There. Fuck on back up there. What the fuck you doing? Fuck on up there. That fucking green bar up there. Just that shit up there into the bell. You ain't giving them fucking free puts. Get the fuck out of here. Get your ass over there and buy that shit back right now. Fucking out of your mind. Fuck on out of here. Could be a dealer any day of the week. Buy that shit back. These fucks are all looking for lower. You already know that, you fuck. Fuck on out of here with that noise. Push that shit up out of here. You gonna burn all this? You can hit this on the downside later. You don't need to hit this till later. There is a chance of a quick, like, wham, then back up again up here. Up there. Shit myself if they printed this today. A long ass day today. And that coffee tastes like Bigfoot's dick after sitting there all day long. I haven't fucking slept in days. I blame all of you. I can't even get drunk. Fucking sitting in the goddamn sound futures last night, middle of the fucking night. I'm like, I gotta go fuck to bed. I'm getting the desk though. I'm gonna get. I looked on Facebook. I found cheap ass standing desks. I'm gonna do it. Oh, by the way, we're gonna change some of the program around here. Maybe I talked about this, but we're changing the programming. We're in the middle of it right now. I'm gonna stand at a desk, and we're gonna cover more of the market. I think we're gonna do like a market brief, like an hour program at nighttime. And then I'm only gonna do the daytime trading when we're at a big inflection point. Well, come on, we'll trade in the Discord, something like that. I'll run it. We'll test it a few times and see what you guys think. We're gonna do more market coverage too. We're gonna try to be like an alternative to CNBC after the bell kind of stuff. Try to give you guys some more rational reality. No more lying to you like they do to you every night after the bell. I'm like, fuck, these guys, they tell all kinds of lies to them. Bye, 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 bye. Yeah, I am. I'm really afraid with my butt right now. It's not my butt, it's my butt, my leg. Could be a sciatic nerve, but my wife today made an appointment for me. They're gonna do some scans, make sure that's what it is. Make sure I don't have like tumors or anything growing. Maybe I dislodged a tumor or something. I'm getting older, so I got to make sure it's not anything really truly bad. I've been suffering through it. I took some aspirin just in case. I took muscle relax. So like I'll get pills for shit and I don't eat them. I don't take pain pills. So I have like leftover muscle relaxers. I took a muscle relaxer, but I didn't like it. What worked for me was aspirin and ibuprofen. But I did try a muscle relaxer. I tried that, I think, on Sunday or Monday. You know what else I was thinking I might have? So my wife was like asking all these questions. So on like Saturday, I ate a dozen oysters from Massachusetts on Saturday. And I ready for this? I have a shellfish allergy, and I still eat them. I could have also gotten sick from it. I could have gotten like too much salt or something. It also could have been there were bad oysters. Possible. I was reading about it because I was like, what did I do differently? I was trying to like go through my whole weekend. I ate a bunch of oysters. Yeah, I have a bad back too. I know what back pain feels like. This feels a little bit different. I've had bad back. I hurt my back once, and I played of oh god, I'm gonna be rich as fuck. I played soccer in high school and college. I was a sweeper stopper, and I took a direct kick once, and I thought I was badass, and I kicked the ball like 3/4 of the way of the field, take a shot on net, and I hit the ball wrong, and I was like coming underneath it, and I slipped. I think I slipped a disc or something when it happened. I had to rehab for that for a while. I ended up actually cutting my soccer career short, and I was a very good soccer player. And that bothered my whole life. I exercised my whole life, but I was very active my whole life. Only in the past, since I've been doing this with you guys, I've never been less active in my entire life. And this is like deteriorated my body. This much inactivity. My body's not used to it. So it could be a multitude of different things. My wife's got a, oh, dude, what the fuck, man? Fuck you doing? I'm at like 29. Like I'm picking them up for like 16 cents, 15 cents, 17 cents. And they're like going to fucking 29 cents. Now they're 21. Now they're 19. Fuck you doing? On about. Send this shit up there, dude. Send it. Fuck with me. I already know you're going up there. You're going to take this fucking a bazillion puts on the fucking market. Make them fucking buy puts at the top. Get the fuck up there. Someone give me the goddamn phone right now so I can call the fucking dealers in Chicago. Rip this. If I was the goddamn boss, I'd be screaming at him. Send this shit up there. Make him buy more puts. Fuck is wrong with you? It'd be like the boss. Get Bobby out of the office. What do you mean he locked himself in? Tell him to fucking run this shit up. Boss, Bobby's really a bear, man. He's not a dealer. He loves the Bears. He wants to print it for him. He said directly he's not unlocking the door, and he said, fuck you. You're not getting an in-ground pool and a helicopter pad on top of the mansion this Christmas. Go Bears. Yeah, I'm getting so I'm gonna get like 2 or 3 desks. I'm gonna stand up. I also started looking at touch TVs. So what I'll do is I have to build a bigger office. So I built an office, then I moved the house, and now I have to build an actual studio. And I don't know exactly how I'm going to do that. I can do it fast. I'll hire the contractors to do it. I could put it up on that fucking observatory deck. That'd be badass. That would overlook the city of Detroit. That would be badass. I'll be honest with you. That would be dope as fuck. Dude, like we know you're going up. You gotta murder the fucking puts, bro. Be careful. There's a this is pretty dangerous here, but just so you know, you can actually see the want to dump. See it right here. So there's the high, there's the lower high. What they're gonna want to do here is they're gonna want to do this, and then down and down to the close. I'm trying to. The trade that I'm in right now is to destroy puts before we roll tomorrow. I'm pretty bearish here into the close, but I don't think I wouldn't buy puts here. Is my point. I'm too afraid of them ripping it. Like everybody's loading the fuck on this down move into the bell, and then they just go vertical, and destroy you into the close. So now you're upside down. We go down tomorrow. They don't pay you the puts. directionally you're right and you're still fucked up. I have to build a bigger office, I think. I think I have to walk around and I went looking at cameras yesterday, not cameras, but lenses, so I can capture the whole office. And I can walk from screen to screen. I think I got to put 2 or 3 smaller cameras on there too. I'm gonna have to be able to switch maybe the foot pedal or something. And what I'll do is I'm gonna try to like format a segmented show. So I'll cover all the indexes for you. I'll cover Bitcoin. I'll cover some of the other stuff like HYG and Dixie and VIX, and then I'll cover like the TM, whatever the focused stocks are for the day. If like everybody's talking about Nvidia or everybody's talking about ticker symbol, I don't know, PORN or something, I'll cover those for you and give you my best idea. And I'm not going to give you an idea like I think we're going here. Well, I'll tell you like if I could buy it, it would be here. If I could sell it, it'd be here. And we'll actually follow up on all that stuff. I think I'm going to have a producer at that point too. So I'll have somebody to do the research, someone to plan that show out for us, and we'll do it for retailers. That's my hope is that my hope would be that we can put a show together that I don't want it to be something that can be counter traded. So it's more like, hey, if you can reach these levels, and then we'll do is a set alerts, and when those alerts go off, we'll revisit those stocks for you. And I'm working on a way to do. Some kind of call in. I don't know how to. We've been discussing how to do the call in, but you could call in and be like, "Hey, this is my favorite thing," or "Is Seymour Butts there?" Hey, what's going on, Seymour Butts? And we'll try to like do what you want to do, not what I want to do. And I know we're missing that in the show. I feel like I focus on SPY intentionally so that you guys learn how to make money consistently and not get stuck in that stuff. But I do realize that you have stocks that you like and shit and love, and I know that shit's important to you. So we're trying to put it all together right now. It's a lot of discussion. And I got to get some equipment, and I got to build a bigger goddamn office, and I'm probably going to have to wear a fucking suit. I don't know if I'm going to wear a suit for you assholes, but I might go with like a polo shirt. I don't know if I'm tucking that shit in, though. Maybe. Possibly. If any of you know me, you know I've got nice, I mean, I wear nice clothes. I wear $1,000 suits. If you don't know that, I do. I got like $1,000, $3,000, $5,000. I don't need $5,000 suits, but I do have $3,000 ones. Handmade shirts with nice buttons and shit. I try to be normal with you guys. Like, I don't like that look. I hate that fucking like I don't know. It's like a Chad thing or something. I don't like it. I've always felt like it's fake. It's I always felt like it's someone trying to impress. Trying to sell me something. I don't need to sell anybody anything. I've never liked it. Here's the tick. This is the window to downstairs. You know that, right? I'm still long here, by the way. Still long. If you want to know, I've got 664Cs. I'll tell you what I got. Probably should have said on the show. It's probably a dealer out there like, we're not printing that. They got like AI now that watches all these shows. You guys know that? Like they watch all of Twitter. They watch all the fucking live streams. They watch like everything now. JPM admitted to it too. Did you guys ever see that white paper? Like JPM came out and said that they were using AI like a year ago, and they're tracking everybody. You get a sentiment survey from them. Back in the day, I used to. And you guys know what Twitter fall was? Before they locked all the data behind the Twitter, the dead Twitter data, you could go to Twitterfall and just type in spy and get an aggregate of sentiment in real time on Twitter. I used to use that tool on the show in the beginning. Now that data today costs like $100,000 a month or something stupid. I think my first shows I would show that shit on the show. It was baller. I'm in 0 dates for the close. I'm trying to do a concentrate up here. I want to see him go vertical and try to rip these bears. I'd be shocked if we kept going down, but I am long here into the close. I'd really actually like to get some puts at the top. If we can go vertical into the close, I'd like to get some puts in the bell, like 415 or something. Let's watch this here because this is the sell line right here. And just a note to you, see how we touch this one? You see that? That's the door open for down below tomorrow. Just so you know. So see that tick right there? This opens the door for lower lows tomorrow. So you know. That means we're pretty bearish into tomorrow here. The door is locked to lower lows tomorrow. Just a warning to you. I should write that on the show so you can see it. See how they get down there? It's like sneaky like that. You don't think that? I think that's weird. Not weird, but see how they come right down here? There's like a little algorithm down here. You see it? Just ticks it. It's like to a penny. Look at that down there. These little fucks. We're stalling in here. Are you fucking kidding me? You're telling me we're not going to print any of this shit? The perfect fucking time to wipe it out. I was just thinking about worst squeeze ever. Is that like Chief Wigwam or something? Wiggum? Or like whatever the guy's name is. Worst whatever. It's the comic book guy. Worst squeeze ever. Come on, squeeze that shit, dude. You tell me in a fucking bull market we don't squeeze anymore, and now you're not going to squeeze and risk off? Get the fuck out of here. I love being in bear markets because you could squeeze at the end of the day. You'd murder puts. Man, realize we did it over there, but take their shit away from them. Holy Christ. The fucking fear is real. This is where I am, by the way. That's where I am. That green box. I mean, like, seriously. I mean, I want to go to the depths of hell, but you want me to buy fucking puts right here? Get the fuck out of here. I ain't buying puts for tomorrow. They can fuck right off. They can literally fuck right off. I ain't buying fucking puts here. The only fucking place I'm buying puts is up here. You can like lick my balls straight, literally. Up here is where I want to buy puts. No, fuck no. Like this makes it even worse. No, I don't give a fuck if you did unlock it. You get fucked. I'm not buying your expensive puts. Literally, I want to buy puts, but I want to buy them up higher. Holy Christ. I'm still on here. I actually think we could still squeeze in the bell here. I'd be shocked if we roll this right now. I actually now don't think puts will print. I think they're going to squeeze this up on the bell tomorrow. I don't buy this for a minute. I don't give a fuck about your door unlocked. I ain't buying puts here. No. I already looked at them earlier. I looked at puts earlier and I was like, these are too expensive. I ain't buying them. I'm like, too fucking expensive. They wanted like 80 fucking cents for puts for tomorrow. I'm like, fuck no. 80 cents to turn at 20 cents in the bell? No, thank you. That's a lot of goddamn money. That's like fucking 20 grand. No. We'll take this trade like 4 fucking times. Get the fuck out of here. Oh God, they're whittling me down. I guess I got to add another fucking 300 here. You got to be shitting me. Maybe I should be looking at calls for tomorrow. I might have to look for calls tomorrow. This is abnormal here. Just heads up to you. I'm blown away. I wonder if I should be looking higher tomorrow. $660. I just got eaten alive here for a bunch of calls for the close, but I added more calls for tomorrow. This isn't bearish price action. What the fuck? Come on. This isn't bearish price action of the close. Something going on that I can't see. I just bought like 666s. They're $1.15 right now, but they went down half in price. I gotta stay here for a minute because I want to see what happens between here and the close 415. Like I just rolled into tomorrow's calls. I just lost a bunch of money, but I'm making it back. But nope, now I'm losing it again. So just heads up to you out there. There's a warning to you. See this trade right here? This is not expected at all. So just go look at this really quick. You see this right here? What the fuck is going on here? Like, the reason I wanted to see this right here was to cheapen puts. Like, that's where the money is for tomorrow, right here. Like, this is up right here. You see that right there? There's a bear trap in here, just a warning to you. I can't guarantee it, but this is no-go right here. That's closing a short. What is VIX at right now? They closed us underneath that support too. Maybe it's because of that. Oh, fuck no. I am making money right now. I haven't earned back what I lost, but I'm halfway there. For a minute, I was there. $1.22, $1.23, $1.22, 21. Well, I wanted to see the squeeze. I wanted to see this right here. And then send this shit packing and then blood. This tells me they don't fucking think it's going down, right? That's what I would think. You don't want to be short or even in puts in that. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm missing something because I just loaded again. So I loaded calls here, right here, and I just added a fuck ton more right here. Dude, that's a double bottom right there. And I got 66s right here. Like, there's like a double bottom in here. You slam that right there, and we're waking up to not only that, there's like there's a turn in here. So you jack the overnight green and then up and away. Interesting. Be careful of opening up green tomorrow. We could blast down here in the morning, but that's a double bottom right there. Unless maybe they're trying to do it early. Like plunge this shit down and then we're done. And calls are expensive as fuck right now. Well, we'll see. All right. I'll see all you guys tomorrow. I'm kind of disappointed, but I just want you to know that tomorrow 660 Cs are $3.45. That's 3 times what they should cost in the money. Think tighter. This would be the bottom right here. I don't believe that though. I mean, I want to see that fucker get hit, but that might be a goddamn bottom. Well, I'm still streaming right now. I'm trying to think here why we would fucking do this right here. I see the doors open. I get it. But I don't think I've ever seen in my entire, you know what I'm gonna have to do here? You know what? I gotta say something here. I don't think in a single trading day in my entire, I sit here every day and trade SPY. I don't think in my entire, I don't think I can count one day, not on Vixpiration, not on any day ever, where if we were going to gap down, we wouldn't fucking squeeze the fuck out of this. I know we're close, but I would squeeze the fuck out of this. I would max fucking, there's no goddamn dealer in his right mind. Man, unless it's all the puts that are being bought, that's the only thing I could think of here. And I would rip this fucker up on 9 a.m. I would go fucking moon. I think we're going to moon. There's no fucking way. All right, I'm going to change my opinion here. We go moon on open tomorrow. Tuesday open. I gotta rethink myself here. Where's Wednesday? We're going up here. We're gonna open at like 670, I think. I don't believe that for a goddamn minute. At all. Just a heads up to you out there. You see this fucking line right here? I don't believe for a fucking minute we're opening down. We're going up there. I'm serious. I don't think I've ever seen that ever. I ain't buying this shit for a minute. There's no goddamn way a dealer's paying that. If those fucking dealers pay this tomorrow, I'll fucking shave my head off. I don't think I've ever seen that. All right, I'll see you guys.